Oh, good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Just getting ready to head out here. Good morning. Yep, we're getting ready to roll out here. I'm just getting the GPSs set and we'll be on our way. Oh.
When possible, make a U-turn.
A U-turn? I ain't making no U-turn. Where are you taking me? That looks right. Alright. Where are we heading today? We're heading back to the barn. Back to Churchill with a load of empty rags. Alright. Let's get out of here. Oh, I can't take credit for back to the barn. Ghost started that one. Makes sense, though. The pig goes back to the barn. Good morning from North Carolina. Well, good morning. Nope, haven't left Florida yet. Well, actually, no. Technically, I have left Florida. Just over the state line. I wanted to go get fuel before I started to stream. So y'all missed about 5 miles of the drive. Yeah, because I didn't want y'all sitting there for half an hour while I got fuel. So I went about 5 minutes up the road to the Petro, filled up, and we're resuming the drive from about 5 minutes over the state line. Georgia or Alabama? Georgia. Yeah, Brian somebody's the governor of Georgia. I remember seeing it on the side. I'm like, hey, I got a friend named Brian, but not that Brian. Yeah. Well, be safe out there. I'll try.
In 3/4 of a mile, turn left on I-95 North.
Hope you get some rest. Oh, I got some rest. Holy cow, I got some rest. I went to sleep around, I think it was either 10:30 or 11. I woke up at 2:30 p.m. Yeah. Or 2:30 a.m., I mean. So yeah, I slept for well over 12 hours. I could not believe it when I woke up. I'm like, holy cow, it's, my normal stream starting time. But yeah, I slept and slept some more. Yeah. Yeah, from the time I ended stream yesterday, like I said, it was either 10 or 11, I can't remember which. All the way till about 2:30 a.m., I think is what I remember seeing. Yeah. Yeah, I did joke when I finally slept I was going to sleep like a dead person, and yeah, I did. Holy cow. I don't know if I've ever slept that long, honestly. I know I've done a few 10 or 12 hour sleeps, but yeah, that was 12 hours plus. Must have needed it, yeah. I needed something, that's for sure. Whew. Yeah, it was nice in the truck. I had the AC set at 70 and it actually held. Yeah, I remember telling y'all that usually the AC only brings it down about 20 degrees. But apparently if you start it when it's still relatively cool out, it can hold temperature. It just can't draw the temperature down. That's a boot. There's my snack. Man, no one hit the Mega Millions yet. 660,000, or million, I guess. So I traded food for sleep, pretty much. I didn't cook yesterday or anything. I just slept. But yeah, I have a few bunless hot dogs here I picked up at the truck stop that I'm working on right now, so I'm not starving today. Gotta be hungry. Yeah, that's why I'm eating bunless hot dogs. I mean, they're not incredible for me. They're not even good for me, but they'll fill my belly till I get done today. Yeah. Usually I don't eat anything I don't cook myself, but gotta make exceptions sometimes. Trucker G had an APU put on his truck. Yeah, they're beautiful. I really enjoy APUs. Yeah. I have one on my truck as well. I hope he went with either a Go Green or the Tri-Pack and not the Rigmaster. But in my opinion, the Go Green is the best one out there. Because the Go Green also has a generator. You don't need extra equipment to get electric out of it. There's no other APU on the market that has a 3,000 watt, continuous 6,000 watt max generator. I can run the TV, the coffee pot, and the microwave all at once, and a lot of RVers can't even do that. Yeah, I've had a lot of APUs in my day. I've had Rig Masters, I've had Tri-Packs. Yeah. Every truck I've ever ran's had an APU, actually. I know some drivers don't believe in them because they're like, why you want to put an extra motor on your truck? That's more trouble than it's worth, But I don't know, the price of fuel nowadays, if you're going to spend any time in the truck, it's smarter to put an APU on, because you're comparing a gallon an hour to idle a truck to a quarter of a gallon an hour. So I'm sure someone out there could do the math on that, but every night you're using a fourth of the fuel that you would use a normal night to keep cool. It'll pay for the APU eventually. It's stormy here now. Yeah, hopefully those storms break these heat waves. Because I've heard of storms all over the country, and yeah. Hopefully that breaks the heat waves we've been having. Pouring down rain. I actually like the rain. Even in trucking, I like a steady rain for about an hour. Get the dust washed off, get the bugs off the windshield, and then it can stop raining. I know a lot of people don't like driving in the rain, but yeah, it's never bothered me. North Carolina, well, I'll be going through Asheville here in a bit. So I might run into that rain. Yep, we're going up 75 to 26, and then we'll be on 26 the whole way home pretty much. Good driving in the rain unless it's coming down in sheets. Yeah. Yeah, I'll agree. If it gets to the point where it looks like someone's just dumping a fire hose on your truck, yeah. That's a little hard to drive in the rain. Out here in New Jersey, it was just as humid during and after. As long as you have good wipers and defrost works, yeah, rain's not bad. Yeah, PA's like that too sometimes. PA, sometimes it cools off, and sometimes the rain just brings up the humidity. As soon as it starts steaming off the pavement and stuff, that humidity, ooh, it'll knock you over. But sometimes in PA, the rain helps, and you'll drop 20 degrees. It's just roll the dice. I don't know how else to say it, you know. Sometimes that thunderstorm's cooling. Sometimes that thunderstorm makes it 100 times worse. I don't know enough about Tennessee weather yet to have an input, but yeah, up in PA, yeah. I'd say more often, though, it does make it cooler. But every once in a while, you get that storm to roll through and you get that direct sunlight, and it just feels like you're in a steam room. And now that I think about it, I think that is the kicker. You need the storm to roll through quick and then the sun to come right back out. And as soon as that starts baking and steaming everything, yeah, you're in trouble. Exactly, yeah. Man, the cops are out thick tonight. That's about the third cop I've seen already. Actually, it is the third cop, because I saw one when I first got on the highway. There was one with a customer a little bit ago, and then there was that one sitting in the median. Georgia must be looking for extra revenue. So there's 22 of y'all in here this morning. Y'all were quiet. Does anyone still get those clean rain showers where after the rain and the air is so clean and refreshing from the negative ions? You meaning when it like smells like rain? Is that what you're talking about? Where it just has that sweet smell or something where you wish you could bottle it up? Because if so, we still get those out in the country of PA, but they claim it's acid rain because apparently the statues in Gettysburg are melting. So, but it still makes it smell good. It's getting towards the end of the month, gotta get their ticket quotas. Oh, goodness. Or maybe it's just too hot in the daytime, so they're all out at night. Yeah, I just thought it was odd, and probably only the 30 miles I've drove, I've seen 3 cops, so that's 1 per every 10 miles. That's pretty thick. Refreshing, yeah, yep. Yeah, we still get those in Pennsylvania, but like I said, apparently it's melting the statues in Gettysburg, so I don't know who to believe. Feels good and smells good to me, and I haven't melted yet, but yeah, they're claiming the statues and the tombstones in Gettysburg are deteriorating from the acid rain. So, yeah, I don't know. They must not be that worried about it, though, because if they're worried about it, why wouldn't they just build a carport over every statue in Gettysburg and call it a day and fix the melting issue? They could do something more sightly than a carport, you know, like build each statue into a period home or something. I don't know, but no, they're still out there without their umbrellas or roofs or whatever you want to do with them. So I guess they don't care they're melting. That would be a hell of a sight. The statue of Abraham Lincoln is suddenly holding an umbrella. So, while it's still early in the morning, anything interesting in the news anywhere or anything? The only thing I saw last night was Elon, had to cancel his rocket launch. I don't know why that was big news, but that popped onto my phone this morning as the top story. How is Kate? What's she crafting today? Well, I know she's making something with a lot of arms and legs for me. Because she showed it to me on my birthday because she wanted to have it done. And I couldn't even figure out what it was. It just had lots on. COVID has mutated again. I did hear about that. I didn't see it on the news. But someone up in Tennessee was talking about how they're shutting down like 7 counties in Tennessee again because the CDC has declared a blah, 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 But apparently it was like 7 counties in Tennessee that they're shutting down because the CDC says so. So I did hear about something, but I didn't know why they were shutting them down. But goodness. Yep. Ridiculous. I've had it 3 times and I'm still here. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. And I actually consider myself fortunate because while a lot of people have like lingering effects where their taste is still messed up or their smell is still messed up, as far as I can tell, the only lingering effect I had was weakness. And that lasted maybe a month, and I feel normal now. Everyone I've talked to who's contacted, it says just like a cold and last only a week. Yes. The second and third time I had it, it was maybe 2 or 3 days I felt like crap. Oh, and I did have I was like super mucusy, as gross as that sounds. The third time I had it, right around Memorial Day, which is why I didn't stream for a week, because I just kept coughing up crap. And it was like really gross crap. But yeah, I mean, really wasn't bad. Let me ask you something. If you got a family at home and you try to make any pennies on the dollar, would you just turn on, you just started a certain career, 2 years shy of 40? Well, I've changed careers multiple times in life. I'm not sure what you're asking here, but I've changed careers multiple times in life. I mean, when I got out of high school, I briefly drove a tour bus, and then I was a telephone lineman, like actually climbing poles and running line. I did that until Sprint dissolved, which was 2007-ish maybe. I can't remember what year Sprint dissolved. But yeah, Sprint dissolved. And then I had to change careers again, and I was an IT help desk guy. And then I did contract work for the Navy, the IMF, Tasty Cake, K-Hov Navy and Homes. I had a whole laundry list of companies I contracted to. Oh yeah, that's what I'm getting to here. I had a whole list of companies I contracted to. I was an IT guy. I ran cabling, I worked for Xerox for a while. And then all the electronic work died up. So I'm sitting there home with the wife making $15 an hour. They're telling me it's good money. I could barely pay the bills. And I'm looking at the CDL I got from when I drove bus. And I'm like, well, I could go back to drive bus, or I could drive truck. And I took the leap in, 7 years ago would have put it at like 2012, 2013, no, later than that, 2015. I took the leap. I mean, I was 30. Yeah, I just turned 30 that year. And I took the leap, and I'm like, let's become a trucker at 30. So, yeah. I mean, trucking, it's a bad time to be in trucking because rates aren't amazing. You're not going to get rich quick. But here's the thing. Trucking goes in cycles. And if you can get used to it and make it in the bad times and learn how to budget and save, when the good times come, which they will again, because everything runs in cycles, you'll know how to, keep your finances in order, and you'll be able to stack cash in the bank. Yeah. What's an APU? An APU is an auxiliary power unit. It's a second diesel motor that they put on the back of the truck. Different APUs do different things in different ways, but in general, they all provide household electric 120. Some require an inverter, some make it themselves with a use of a generator like your generator you get for a campground. They all provide AC in some way. Some use electric AC. Mine's belt driven with an AC compressor. and they all provide heat in some way. Mine is the standard, heat off the motor itself. Others use electric heat coils. But they basically give you the comforts of home without running the big motor. Because the big motor in the truck, the main motor, is capable of doing all that heat, AC. You can get an inverter and make power. But the main motor takes around a gallon per hour to run. In today's fuel prices, that's anywhere from $5 to $6 an hour to sit. So we're getting into the ballpark where it's cheaper to get a hotel room than it is to sit in your truck at night. Think about that for a second. Having the cost of a hotel room 7 days a week, yeah, it gets pricey just to sit and take your break. Now, the APU, for a quarter of that, like I said, most APUs use a quarter a gallon an hour, does all the things the big motor does except move the truck. It provides you your heat, your AC, your power. It just can't move the truck. What's the hardest part about being away from family while trucking? For me, nothing. Quite honestly, nothing. When I first started trucking, it bothered me. But most of my friends have moved on and have their own lives and families, and we only talked on the phone anyway, and maybe saw each other when we were all in town for a holiday. So I didn't really miss friends because I could talk on the phone to them while I'm driving. Family, the virus pretty much ruined what I had for a family. No one wants to see me because I didn't get a needle. So family, I'm not really missing anything now. And I've always been a loner. I've always done well on my own, It's just my personality. But trucking is a lifestyle. I mean, trucking becomes your life. I mean, you sleep when you don't have work. You're awake when there is work. You never know what state or city you're going to end up in next, usually. I mean, it just becomes... It's hard, but after a while, it just becomes your way of life. The truck just becomes your home, And I can take the wife with me if I want. I can take the dog with me if I want to, and it's great. And yes, extended idle will screw up emission motors, so the APU is good for them as well. I did forget that point. So the APU runs on gas, batteries, or both. Well, there are electric APUs on the market now. What they do is they add another battery bank under the catwalk, and that battery bank is your APU, and you have electric heat, electric AC, and electric power off an inverter. And those will start the big motor if you're on a longer break. So you'll be sleeping in the back, it'll be quiet, your electric APU's humming along, batteries get low, the auto start will kick in, it'll recharge it. I think most of those run dual alternators too, if I remember right. So it'll recharge the batteries, and then the truck will shut back off and you continue your break. Mine is a gas APU, which just basically it uses the truck batteries to start. It has an alternator on it. It will charge the truck batteries if they need it. But for the most part, it just does its own thing. Yep. Now the downside of APUs is they are very expensive. Mine was about 10 grand. I've heard other systems going up to 14, 15. Yep. So you do pay for those conveniences. Mud, did you ever get any spicy pickles? No, I haven't. Yeah, I was also looking for vinegar pie and hot slaw, but haven't found either of those either. I did stop at the restaurant on the top of the hill when I was coming back from Louisville. When I was coming back from Louisville, I tried stopping at that restaurant on top of the hill. And I stopped right before closing and they're already out of pie, which was disappointing. because I walked in about 15 minutes before they closed, and I said, don't worry, I'm not here to eat, I just need a piece of pie. And they're like, oh, we're all out of pie. And I'm like, darn it. Yeah, made a special stop to try to get some vinegar pie, because I was going to do a little video on it and me trying it, because many of you all said, you got to get vinegar pie. And it's like, it sounds gross, but I'll try it. But yeah, back to the emissions issues. Most of the emissions issues from idling the truck is that you're not making enough heat. So if you do have to idle the truck, a lot of times they say you should idle it in high idle, which burns even more fuel. But the exhaust system, like the DEF and the SCR catalyst and all that, it requires a lot of heat for that to work correctly. So when you're idling, you're not making that heat. And yeah. Is it worth going to a big company like Swift, Rail, or Warner, or England? I would say out of the list of big companies, I tell everyone I started at Prime. I recommend Prime for one reason. They're the only company I know of that offers guaranteed pay while training. When I was there, it was $700 a week as long as you're available for dispatch. I actually sat there 3 weeks waiting for a trainer, and I got $700 every week while I was waiting for a trainer to come pick me up. It's the only company I know of that does that, and the reason I like the guaranteed pay is I can budget around it. Now, Prime, yeah, you're going to run when you're training, so that $700 comes out to your dues and get through training and you get your own truck, then you can start making the money. And probably for your first year or so, I'd say be a company driver. Just get used to driving the truck, get used to, running things. And then I know a lot of people don't like the leases because they are expensive. So what I would do is I'd look and see after a year or so, after I get used to what trucking's about, what markets you like to run in and stuff. I'd see about if your credit's good or if you have some savings, maybe purchasing an older truck. It used to be you could recommend, go get a $15,000 truck, put a little work into it. You'll probably have 20 into it by the time you're done, and it'll last you the next 10 years. Right now, the truck market is screwed, though. Prices are way overinflated, so you can't get a good truck for 15 like you used to be able to. So then you gotta decide from there if first off, if you even enjoy trucking. That's why you do the company for a year or two. Figure out if you enjoy it first off. Then figure out, like I said, what markets, how to run a trucking business, life in the truck, etc. And yeah, if you're going to stick with it, then it's time to maybe think about buying a truck. Because in my opinion, I didn't make amazing money until I was an owner-operator. I mean, company guys, you do all right. You don't have to pay for your fuel and stuff. But a company guy, like say these loads I run, a company guy might get $400 for running a whole day. I mean, I'm guessing here, because a lot of company guys, they get like 50 cents a mile. So, you might run a whole day, get $300 or $400, because most of these runs are 600 miles, because they're out and back. Me, I might get $1,500. Now out of that, I got to pay my insurance, my fuel, and everything else, but I still end up ahead. It's the more risk, more reward kind of situation. Because this truck could break down today, or tomorrow, or next week, and it could cost a lot of money. But that's the risk that I'm absorbing myself, instead of the company, which also absorbs that risk, but they take it out of your pay. So with a company, it's basically when they figure out how much they can afford to pay a company driver, they're taking into account breakdowns, insurance, things like that, and then they're paying what they can pay based on what may happen. Where on the other hand, I got to do that rainy day savings myself, but I'm in more control of more money, if that makes sense. I know it's a roundabout way of explaining it, but basically I'd rather hold my rainy day money than have a company hold the rainy day money for the truck. Do I make enough to help the bills back home? Usually yes. Because of what I did with the convoy and stuff, I am behind on bills. But before I joined the convoy, I was debt-free. The only thing we had was a small $200 car payment, which, yeah, is nothing. And the only reason we had that car payment is because we're thinking about moving here in the fall, and we're just letting that car payment run to show good payment history so we can build our credit. But yeah, I mean, we made plenty of money. I was able to pull myself out of debt twice while in trucking, because I actually went in debt when I bought this truck. Cool, thank you for explaining that, Phil, and nice chatting with you. No problem. Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing about trucking is just learning. I mean, when you drive down the road, you can listen to the radio or music, or you could get some other drivers' numbers that have a lot of experience and call them and talk to them and pick their brain and, you know, hopefully learn a little so you don't make the same mistakes they did, you know. You'll get back on track, Phil? Oh, I know I will. I mean, I just gotta get through the rocky moments and get things built back up. By the way, good morning, Phil, and all the mods already. Well, good morning. It's all about equipment. Having the right stuff can make or break you. That is true. I mean, the good thing about most newer equipment is it's all decent. I still would not drive a PACCAR motor, but you can get a PACCAR product like a Freightliner or a Kenworth or a Peterbilt with a Cummins in it, and I would do that. International, I've heard, has fixed their problems. I still wouldn't drive an International motor, but yet again, you can get an International with a Cummins in it. So, I mean, every manufacturer has decent products now if you look. I mean, a Freightliner is a great place to start. Basically, every shop knows how to work on a Freightliner. They're not the most comfortable truck, but they're like the Honda Civic of trucks. They basically just work, you know. Volvos are really reliable for the most part. Stay away from their bigger motors. Get the 12 or the 13, don't get the 15. It's not been very reliable. But yeah, most every manufacturer has decent products. Just don't get a Max Force. No. The Max Force was International's first attempt at an EGR motor. It recycles way too much exhaust gas, and the motor just chokes itself out, carbons itself up, and just it's not reliable. Still not a fan of farm equipment? I never had issues with farm equipment. You just gotta respect it. Spend enough time in farming, you'll know someone missing an arm or a leg or something because something tore it off. It's just common in farming. Yeah. My husband was an owner-operator over the road, coast to coast. Yep. Yeah, there's still good money to be made in trucking. It's one of the few professions you could just jump into with both feet and, you know, make a decent living. Don't need a lot of training or anything. Oh, the International Corn Binder, I gotcha. Yep. Yeah, the International trucks are not very good, but like I said, I heard they fixed their motor issues. So I don't know how true that is. I have a friend of 10 years, he tells me to do it because it's worth it. My thing is, my boys and my wife is the world, and my wife told me she wanted to make more money than 15. Oh, you can definitely make more money than 15. Yeah, I mean, you're right where I was, except for in, like I said, in the late 2000s, I was making $15 an hour working basically a very high paying at the time, security clearance nonetheless job. And I wasn't happy then. But in the early 2000s, when I was a telephone lineman, I was up in the high 20s an hour. So, I mean, $15 an hour for actually having to go to school, get some certifications, and get the security clearance and all that just seemed like pennies compared to what I was making climbing telephone poles. So, yeah, depending on what part of the country you're in, $15 an hour is nothing right now. I mean, up over in the Northeast where I'm from, not to put down on what job you currently have, but over in the Northeast where I'm from, they're paying $15 an hour at Five Guys right now to flip burgers because there's not enough employees. Over at the truck yards, they're paying 20-some to drive a forklift and load trucks. Over at Old Dominion and ABF and all them. So I mean, it all depends on the market you're in and all that. McDonald's pays 15, yeah. So you could also look around in your area and find somewhere that's paying more competitive than your current position. My biggest issue driving was the nightmare about getting brake checked by mama in a minivan full of kids. Yeah, that's a story every trucker pretty much has or has heard. I mean, a lot of times when you hear that story at the counter at the truck stop, eventually the trucker takes his own life. As sad as that is, but that's the way the story goes, you know. Trucker hit a minivan or a school bus full of kids, injured some of them, couldn't deal with it. You know, that's the way the story goes. Not to discredit anyone's story, because I'm sure that has happened to some people, but that's a very common story in the truck stops. I know people don't understand it takes longer for a truck to stop. You would think all these years later, how long have trucks been on the road, that people would understand how trucks operate. I mean, I have people fly up into my driver's side blind, or not my driver's side, my passenger side blind spot all the time and just ride there. If you have sleep compliance, which is using it a couple hours a night, basically. I actually had issues. This is years ago when I first joined Prime, so I'm sure I can tell you all about it. But I was in compliance. I'd rip the mask off in the middle of the night. I'd toss and turn, get that hose all wrapped around. Machine would end up on the floor upside down, unplugged. I mean, I fought and fought that machine. It got to the point where Kate wore the mask for me because she could sleep with it on and actually keep me in compliance so I could drive. but I was more tired wearing it than I wasn't. I hated that machine. But yeah, DOT will monitor your machine. And as long as you use it, yeah, they're fine. Yeah. Should be a requirement for anyone getting a driver's license to pay a trucker to ride with him in traffic for a day. Hell, Bam Bam, I'd do it for free. I seriously would. I would do it for free. You come meet me at a truck stop sometime, you want to ride along, I would do it for free. No one has to pay me to get an education. I'd just rather they learn what it is like to ride in traffic, you know? How long it takes this thing to stop, how long it takes it to get up to speed, how much room it actually takes to make a turn. I mean, I can't tell you, I've had multiple times people try to sneak up the shoulder on me while I'm trying to make a right or a left-hand turn because I'm taking my time because I don't got the space or the room to make the turn. So they get impatient, try to creep up along, and I dang near run them over the tandems when it's my time to move. You know? You see it all out here in a truck. Yeah. Yeah. People also underestimate how much you can see in their vehicles, to be perfectly honest. Yeah. I can't tell you how many times I've looked over in a vehicle and, you know, it's like, oh, no. Yeah, whether it be something kind of mundane as, yeah, you need to pull that skirt down, your undercarriage is showing, you know, to, yeah, people doing much grosser things going down the road. How different would it be if California lawmakers had to ride for a day? Screw them right lane rules. Yeah, screw them right lane rules and the split speed limit. I still want to know statistics on how many rear-end accidents there are with truckers in California when the trucks could do 55 and the cars could do 70. I would love to see that statistic sometime, how many trucks have been rear-ended in California. Because the trucks are essentially a rolling roadblock on the highway. And I bring this up every time we talk about like lane restrictions and stuff. Vegas is the only city I know of that has it right. In Vegas, they push all trucks to the inside lane. Because Vegas has signs all along as you come into Vegas. Through traffic, use left lane. And that includes semis. So everyone getting on and off the exits and everything, they do their thing over in the right lane, the semis just blow right through Vegas. I don't know if I've ever been delayed in Vegas. The other lanes, they gum up and everything, but yeah, you stay out in that left lane, you just blow right through town. Yep, Texas and the speed limits, yeah. But yeah, roads have gotten a little better since some of the speed limits had lower speeds. Yeah, that's not legal. 750 miles is hard to do at today's speeds, and yeah. Yeah, that's hard. That's a rough one. What would you do if you saw another trucker swerving about to hit the guardrail? Get in the furthest lane I could from him. Because I can't do nothing to keep him from hitting the guardrail, but I can make sure that I don't add to that accident, possibly, you know, get another vehicle bound up in it, so I'd give them as much room as I could. Yeah, that's one of the big things with trucking, is trying to avoid accidents, but also if you're going to be in one, try to mitigate it. you know, don't swerve first off, because your likelihood of rolling over is higher, and if you roll over, it's likely, especially if you're in heavy traffic, to end up pancaking a four-wheeler. When that trailer rolls over, there could be a car under that trailer as it goes over. So you don't want to do that, so try to keep it upright. If that requires hitting something head on, it's probably better, you know. But yeah, if you can keep it upright, that's usually your best option. Plus it was boring ass West Texas Al passes to Colorado City pulling doubles. Yeah. Boring's nice though. Like tonight's boring, but it's a peaceful boring, you know. We're making good time. Traffic's not terrible, you know. So I'll take boring sometimes, you know. Because I make the same amount of money on a boring night as I do when I'm fighting traffic and watching this trucker fall asleep and swerve all over the road. So I got distracted there a second. Wake up, buddy. What you doing in there? Oh, he's on his phone. Goodness. He's head down on his phone. He's over the line again as soon as I got by. But it was family, so took squat for check. Oh, you're running for your family, I guess is what you mean. Blow that train horn, get his attention. I don't know if it wants to work today or not. It has an intermittent short in it. Yeah, it works. He's way back there now. He probably didn't hear it, but yeah. Hand-free headsets only, I know. Yeah, technically I'm on a hands-free headset. I got a wireless mic pinned to my shirt, you know, and you guys are up on the dash. I don't need any hands to talk to y'all. His horns put on the truck and I was playing with them. Kate and myself, we were fighting over their button. They still make me smile when I hear them. When I were running as solos, but I've also had a pallet of this, a pallet of that, you know, and didn't take, and they said, oh, go dispose of it. So, you know, you get on the CB and say, hey, who wants frozen chicken, or who wants, you know, candy bars or whatever. Come on down, I'm over here by the Catskill, the door's open, take what you want, you know. Ooh, Jonathan, that's a very bad question right there. What do you think is better, the newer models or the older ones, mid-2000s? Well, there's two extremes there. The very new, if you're talking about like the G's truck or my truck, like very new, like last 5 or 10 years, they finally got the emissions to the systems to the point where they're fairly reliable. Don't get anything mid-2000s. Like 2000 to I'd say like 2012, 2013, avoid. When emissions first came in, those trucks were terrible. So go pre-2000 or go extremely new. Last 5 or... last 5, maybe 10 years. Don't go early 2000s. They're junk. Yep. About time for me to feed the herd of cats. All right, well, give them some breakfast, and thank you for dropping in for a little bit. It was so cute. I love the laughs. Yeah, when we first got the horns and we're playing with them. And 2007 or older, no emissions. Well, 2007 still had an EGR. They just didn't have an SCR, and they didn't have DEF. Yeah, but yeah, go either extreme. Don't split the difference, because you'll find some like 2003 trucks, 2007, 2011 trucks. They'll be cheap because they got problems. Yeah. But yeah, just go one extreme or the other. I mean, but here's the thing. If you're out here on the highway long enough, you'll notice I almost never see a 20 or 30-year-old truck on the shoulder. You never see the old trucks on the shoulder, because they just don't break down like the new trucks do. The old trucks, if they break down, usually they're always limpable to a shop. I'm not saying they don't break down, I'm just saying they won't let you strand it. The new trucks, if that computer detects something wrong, they just say, hell with you, I'm done. And they just refuse to run. So, that's something too. Yeah. Do you want to give some money to the towing company, or you want to chance it and limp it into a shop? Yeah. It's kind of like classic cars. I mean, how often do you see an old Impala or something sitting on the shoulder, and how often do you see a new BMW on the shoulder, you know? You just play that game. It's like, do you want to chance it? Good morning, Phil. TGIF, finally. You're on the road early. Hope you're doing well and safe travels today. Yeah, Frank, you could say I'm on the road early. By the way, good morning. You could say I'm on the road early. I'm on the road extremely late. The load I'm working today was actually my Wednesday load. The original plan was to load at 4 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday, deliver it first thing Thursday morning, be back Thursday night, like around dinner time, like I normally am. But the whole load got jacked up. It didn't load till Wednesday evening. I had to run it straight through the night last night to deliver it on Thursday morning. And by then I was out of hours. I had to take a reset all day Thursday, and now we're back on our normal schedule, but we're a day behind, essentially. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm on my normal schedule, feeling good, got a good bit of sleep and everything, but technically running yesterday's freight. Yeah, I like being on this schedule because you get a good bit of driving done before it gets busy out. And then once you start kind of getting a little tired, the sun comes up and wakes you up. It's just a good time to drive. I've always enjoyed kind of the midnight to noon shift. MudPig and all in chat. Well, good morning. So Angie, how's the channel going? I haven't asked you in a while, I don't think. Have you hit your 1,000 yet? What's the rarest wildlife I've seen? And still at 672. Alright, well, we might be able to help you with that. I have an idea. But let's do the rarest wildlife real quick. Rarest wildlife. Well, I got a joke. I've seen a Himalayan possum. But, yeah, that was a terrible joke. Because I was Himalayan back there on the road, but how many people have seen a Himalayan possum, right? But no, I mean, nothing extremely rare, just average stuff. You know, a roadrunner every now and then, a black bear, an elk, a moose. I mean, pretty much seen everything that you can see if you look for it, you know? But yeah, nothing extremely rare. Yeah. You like that one, huh? Oh, hey piglets, please help. Oh, okay, that's Angie's channel. Yeah, speaking of that, Angie, you've been around here a while. Where you at? That was a good one. I told it to the hubby. Yeah. Where you at, Angie? There you are. Angie, I'm going to throw you a wrench so you can drop your channel in here every now and then. Don't go crazy with it, but yeah, feel free to promote yourself. I've checked out what you're doing, and I kind of enjoy it, so there you go. Don't let that hit you between the eyes, and don't feel like you got a mod or anything. That's just so you can drop your link and stuff every now and then, and tell people to go over and check you out, you know? Don't forget to tip your waitress for the possum. Yeah. Ad popped up and missed your answer. Oh, about the animals. I really haven't seen anything extremely rare. I told the joke about the Himalayan possum. I don't know if you heard that or not, but basically it was Himalayan back there on the road, but how many people have seen a Himalayan possum, you know? But no, it's just standard stuff. Elk, bear, moose, you know, anything you can see if you look for it, you know? Yeah, I haven't seen anything extremely rare like an albino deer or anything. We got the mods down, but it does help to drop your link. Exactly. Yep. Don't feel like you got a mod or anything. That's just so you can drop your link and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Yet again, like when Fry was in here yesterday, I actually like how he handles a lot of things. Like he does mod the majority of streamers so he can identify them. Like you'll see Ride Along pop in here in his. And I can't think of her name right now. Dang it, what's Ride Along's? I don't know if it's his girlfriend or his wife, honestly. Tasha, I think it is, isn't it? Bobby and Tasha? That sounds right. But yeah, like they're modded in here. And it's just so they can come over, drop their link. I can identify them quickly, you know. Yep. Yeah, the wrench has many uses. Yeah. And again, thank you so much. No problem. Yeah. But yeah, like, I don't think Eric has a wrench. I've offered him one, but I think he told me no. But yeah, like, there's several streamers that come over that have wrenches, just so I can identify them. They can promote their channel, and you know, the same thing over in their channel. I have a wrench over there, so I can drop my link. You know, you gonna do the panel again this weekend? Unless I sleep through it, I'll be there. Yep. And it will be simulcast on multiple channels too, so just pick the channel you enjoy watching it on. Yeah. All truckers should have a wrench, JK. All truckers should have a wrench. All truckers should have a wrench and actually carry multiple filters. Because as funny as it sounds, you don't know how many times a filter is all your truck needs. You know, low oil pressure, spin on a new oil filter. You know, you're getting some bad fuel. A lot of times you'll plug up a fuel filter in a little bit of no time at all. You know, a lot of times the simplest solution is just throw a new filter on it. Yep, so I carry 2 full sets of filters. Not 1, but 2. Just so I'm always redundant, and if I get lazy and I use the one, I don't have to be without, you know. I watched some of the panel, I'll admit. I'm interested. Yeah. And sometimes, well, Angie, you do videos, so you wouldn't have an issue with it. But sometimes we do open the panel up to people that want to hop in and ask a question on video. It's not every week, it just depends on how the panel's going, but if things kind of slow down, we do open it up to questions from the audience. And you can hop in on video and ask a question. Like I said, it's not every week that happens, so don't expect it, but we have done that in the past, you know. It's like, who wants to pop in, you know, show up on the panel and ask a question? Oh, he said wench, not wrench? Ah, I missed it. Yeah, a good sleeper hopper every now and then for them lonely truckers, I guess, you know. Me, I'm perfectly happy with having Kate at home. If I need anything, I just get by the house, you know. But yeah, some of them truckers like them sleeper hoppers, recreational reptiles, women of the night, whatever you want to call them, you know. I like to listen and learn more information. Yeah. I mean, when you get a bunch of truckers talking, there's always something to learn. I mean, that's one nice thing about trucking. If you think you know everything about trucking, then you're wrong. You can always talk to someone that's done something or, you know, whatever that you haven't done. You know, there's just so much out here to learn in trucking. It was funny as you went into a long example. Yeah. I would never stop at East Memphis or Lodi, California. They would not let you sleep. Yeah, East Memphis. is actually the truck theft capital of the nation last time I looked at statistics. They actually beat out down on the Mexican border where there's a lot of trucks as well. Nah, he's awake now. Oh my. Speaking of awake, I am feeling really good today after all that sleep. Sometimes you sleep like way too long like that. Yeah, I don't know. You just seem like you overdid it. You can't seem to wake up. The more you learn you didn't know. Exactly. Yeah. And that goes for everything, not just trucking. I mean, the best way to learn something new is to talk to someone you disagree with. I mean, as funny as that sounds, you know, I think that's still the best way to learn something new. Because if you have a disagreement with them, you already know they have a different point of view. So there's a lot you can learn from someone with a different point of view. I've been doing research and looked up when holidays. I've been doing research and looked up when hubby's alarm clock went off. Unless they're looking from behind a sphincter muscle. Yeah. I mean,
Construction was reported on 995.
that's something that has kind of become a lost art, actually, is having conversations with people that you disagree with. It's hard sometimes. Because, like, you'll try to have a civil conversation with someone, you'll say something, and they'll immediately start screaming at you. It's like, what? It's like, we're just having a chat. It's like, there's no need to yell to get a point across. My hearing is just fine, you know? But you said something and they got triggered, and next thing you know, it turns into an argument, you know? But yeah, if you can have a civil conversation with someone, yeah, you can learn a lot. I mean, I know it's kind of a running joke in the chat about this channel's flat earth friendly. I have that one guy that comes in every now and then and says, oh, hello, my fellow flat earthers and stuff. But I did spend about 3 or 4 hours one night while on convoy talking to a guy about flat earth theory. I found it intriguing. You know, I'm not saying he's right or, you know, everyone else is wrong or anything, but I did find it intriguing. You know, we sat down and had a very long conversation about his beliefs. You know, he had some interesting points. I never pursued it any further than the conversation we had, but I remember one point he made. He's like, you said you're, you know, slightly religious, right? I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, I haven't been to church in a while, but I was raised in the church. He's like, well, if heaven's above and earth is below, where's up and down on a round globe? I'm like, well, good point. because it's all a matter of perspective at that point. He's like, but yeah, if the Bible's black and white and up is down is down, there can only be one up and one down, which means it should be a flat earth, right? I'm like, well, maybe. But it made me think for a second, you know. But not saying he's right and everyone else is wrong or any of that, but it was a good conversation. I really enjoyed it, you know. But that's just one example of talking to people that don't agree with you, you know. Getting ready for work now. I'll check on you later. Safe travels, Phil. Well, have a good day at work, and I'll try to be safe out here. Thank you for stopping in for a bit. And everyone gets triggered? Yeah. I mean, I know the wife knows this, but I think I've told you all this before. My biggest trigger is just blatant, I hate to say it like this, but blatant stupidity. When you try to present common sense to someone and they just get a deer in headlights. It's like, you know, when you try to tell them your change is wrong because you already did the math including sales tax in your head, and they hand you $1 instead of $1.10. I mean, I wouldn't argue over a dime often, but I mean, I might just say, hey, you know, you owe me another 10 cents. They're like, no, I don't. I'm like, well, yeah, check your register, you know. Circles are not flat. Yeah, true. It helps you understand why they believe what they believe. Exactly. And me personally, I just enjoy figuring out how people tick at times, you know. Jesus warned to becoming offended in these days. I can't agree or disagree with you there, because it's been a long time since I've picked up a Bible, to be honest. Like I said, I was raised in a church all through my teens and everything, but I've kind of fallen out of habit, I guess, or whatnot. As long as we don't get idiot like Hank, what is his name, from GA, that was worried too many U.S. troops on Guam might cause it to tip into the Pacific. Oh my goodness. I don't know about the U.S. troops in Guam, but I'd rather be in Guam, which is technically a U.S., you know, territory or province or whatever it's classified as, than be somewhere overseas. Good evening, Mudpig, and good to see you again. Well, good evening. I never knew Stockton was the chop shop capital. I used to spend a good bit of time in Stockton, actually. Yeah, back when I was at Prime doing flatbed, we had a regular customer in Stockton. Although being the chop shop capital, we actually hauled steel out of Stockton. We hauled, what was that called? I can't remember if it was Atlas Tube or there was a couple of those tube companies. But yeah, we hauled like steel out of there. Oh, goodness. Makes AOC look intelligent even if she thinks we can land on the sun as long as it's nighttime. Well, let's go down a little rabbit hole here. Flat earthers. Multiple Earths, multiple moons, multiple suns. So what's to say AOC don't know something we don't? Maybe they just park that sun over the horizon there and turn it off while the next one comes around. I don't know. I'm just being ornery this morning. But yeah, that was another thing we were discussing when I was talking to that flat earther, how there's multiple suns and multiple moons. And yeah. No rabbit holes. Yeah. Hey, rabbit holes are fun every now and then as long as they don't lock you in an asylum, you know? Oh my. I'll be glad when I'm out of Savannah. What time is it? 5:30. Yeah, I'm hitting Savannah just before it gets crazy. That's good. I'm one of those that thinks research and gather information when making a decision. Exactly. I mean, I caught a lot of grief for that. Like whenever the convoy ended and I said I was going to talk to everybody, I caught a lot of grief for talking to everyone. People told me, oh, you shouldn't talk to GWT, you shouldn't talk to Grey Wolf, you shouldn't talk to this person, you shouldn't talk to that person. It went on and on and on, everyone's opinion about who I should and shouldn't talk to. And I said, it's like, I'm going to talk to every person that's willing to talk to me. And I did. I mean, I didn't have to drive down to West Virginia and spend a day with 1776. I didn't have to drive out to Lancaster and spend a day with Grey Wolf and them. But I wanted everyone's viewpoint. You know, and I caught a lot of grief for that. A bunch of us are making Italian sausages and salami while watching Mud Pig in Australia. Well, howdy from Australia. Sounds like a good dinner to me. I actually had Italian sausage for breakfast. It was your way. Yeah. Because yet again, I mean, I believe in getting all sides of a story and listening to all opinions, you know? Good morning, everyone. Well, good morning. Yeah, Spider, you should have been on about an hour ago. We were talking about diesel motors and which trucks were reliable. Yeah. Yeah, basically it came down to extremely new or extremely old. Don't go with early 2000s and avoid pack car motors and international motors. We'll send you some. Nice. I got a convection oven, a grill, and a microwave in the truck, so I think I got the sausages covered. Why would they not want you to talk to the other people? Not all are standing for the same cause? Well, yeah, exactly. I don't know. Everyone just instantly picked sides, it seemed. Like before we were all unified, and then once things went a little bit sideways, everyone just picked sides. It was very polarizing. And you could see it. I mean, it was It was bad. I'll put it that way. Yeah, bam, bam. I've heard that before. I'm not gonna read that one for fear of someone clipping it and then replaying it continuously, but I have heard that. I don't know how true it is, but yeah, I've had people complain to me about that. Was it because you decided to support the cause while you work to support your family? Pretty much. Yeah, people said I abandoned the movement. I, took the money and ran, you name it. I don't know how many were actually used to be supporters and how many were trolls. Sometimes it gets hard to tell. But, to be perfectly honest, whenever some people were saying that we knew the convoy was dissolving when we got to Hagerstown, I wouldn't have took money if I knew it was dissolving when it got to Hagerstown. I feel bad for the people that I met in Pennsylvania and Ohio and stuff that gave me money. Because, yeah, it helped me pay the bills, but they thought I was probably going to be there longer than I was. Like, I fully intended to go to D.C. But when the convoy fell apart, I'm like, yeah, this ain't going to happen. 1776, yeah, they're in D.C. right now, but I can't sit and wait. When it comes time to actually fight, I may make an appearance. But right now, I gotta keep a roof over my head. That's my number one priority right now, is to keep the bills paid and get caught up, because I am very in debt. I won't beat that horse anymore, because I've told most of y'all that before, that I ran up a lot of crap. Good morning, Mud Pig, Piglets, and family. Well, good morning. Whoa, slow truck. Yes, it badly known the streamer's fault. You were just as fooled as the rest were. Yeah. Looking back, like I've said this before, looking back, if I'm honest and putting the pieces together, you know how they say hindsight's 20/20. There was a speech where Santa said that we were coming in on fumes. They did ask for $15,000 to secure a place for the convoy, which they've never done before. Both those should have been signs, but I didn't take them as such. I'm just like, oh, okay, well, we need a little extra money for a place to park, Coming in on fumes, maybe that means we're tired, At the time, I didn't think that there were slight little signals that, hey, we're running out of money, I didn't think about it that way, Well, safe travels, Phil. I'm going to make breakfast before I go into lurk mode for the day on Ron's stream. All right, well, thank you for dropping by for a little bit. Oh, we were buffering there for a second. I'm not sure when we started buffering, but it looks like we're back now. Pretty much sure I can close that rabbit hole. No need to get anything stirred up. Yeah, if I had my way, I'd close it and pour a bucket of cement in it as well, you know, just to make sure it stays closed. But like I said, in all honesty, I do feel bad about it at times. Yeah. You're up late or early in the morning again? Can't sleep? Early in the morning. I slept for, well, darn near 12 or 13 hours or so. I mean, I went into full hibernation mode after the shift I pulled yesterday. I plowed right through my alarms. I mean, I just slept. So, yep, we're actually running our normal schedule. Start around 3, 4 o'clock in the morning and end up sometime around dinner time. And don't forget the rebar. Yeah, for sure. Well respected in Australia, Mudpig. Well, thank you. Goodness, Gary, I'm doing research on the Mothman. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to think. I remember people joking a while back about a Chicago Mothman. Is the Mothman a Chicago thing, or is the Mothman an everywhere thing? That's a mini bull hauler. Mothman Festival is in West Virginia? Okay. So it must be an everywhere thing then. It was sighted in West Virginia. I'm learning it has been seen in other parts of the states and even the world. Yep. Yeah, like I said, the only Mothman story I heard was in Chicago, but yeah, I don't know. Never looked into that one. Season 1, Episode 1, Expedition X, Mothman. If you can find it, it's worth a shot, or worth a watch. Huh. Yeah, speaking of worth a watch, on Netflix, there's a series on there. I don't know if it's new, but I just discovered it. I started it a couple days ago. It's a little mini series on Skinwalker Ranch. It's intriguing. I haven't got to anywhere where they discovered what's causing anything, but just the abnormalities around the area is interesting. Yeah. Weird EMF readings, weird lights at night, you know. But yeah, I'm going to probably work my way through the rest of that series this weekend. Brian had stated that they didn't like what they were asking him to do, kept to the message and not speak from his heart. It was the 6-month anniversary of his son's death and daughter. He was taking it hard. Yep. Yeah, I never... We'll put a small crack in the concrete quick here. As far as Brian, Santa, Mike, everyone that tried to take the front man role in the convoy, they all seem to have that same complaint that someone was holding them back. That's all I'll say to that. But I've heard that from everybody, but that they couldn't do what they wanted to do as like the mouthpiece for the convoy, I guess we'll say. And we'll leave it at that. Speaking of, oof, jeez, big hole. Glad I wasn't drinking right there. I was gonna say, speaking of coffee, y'all just remind me I got coffee. Phew, that is truck stop mud at its finest. Stuff tastes like they just poured coffee grounds in water and stirred it around. Yeah. Have to shave my chest after drinking this, you know. It's gonna make me extra hairy. My coffee gets me moving. Yeah. Put your dancing shoes on with that coffee, right? Up late last night prepping for the move today. Coffee was much needed this AM. Yeah. You got that big gallon sized cup too, you know. You can really get some coffee in there. Please remember, it's easier to read the comments if they're 1 to 2 lines. Yeah, that's true. Because the big block comments, the way I have the font size on my phone set, it just all gets jumbled together. Like the spacing gets messed up and stuff. And plus, when driving, it's easier to digest things in short bites because I can just glance over. But yeah, I can rummage through the big chapters. It's just harder to do. A cover-up of the Mothman? Oh, goodness.
12 minutes of delay were added to your route.
Well, the government covers up anything they don't understand. I mean, that's just, you know, that's just a knee-jerk reaction for them. It's like, heck, I'm surprised they don't cover up Sillet putty, because I don't understand how it can be solid at times and, liquid at other times. So that's just a knee-jerk reaction, Got it, will do? No problem. It's a lot more likely for me to skip over a big comment or not read it correctly. Because, like I said, I actually use handicapped features on my phone, like low vision stuff, to make the text a lot bigger than it normally is, so I can read it from a distance. So, yep, big paragraphs like that are harder to get through because I gotta play with them. But not a big deal. Yeah, the other thing is I don't mind all caps. I know a lot of people on the internet say it's yelling, but a lot of times all caps is easier to read as well. Not saying you have to, but if you want to. Oh, goodness. Sun's getting ready to come up. I can see the sky lighting up. Where are we riding to this morning? We're heading up to Churchill, Tennessee. Yep, we're heading back to the barn, as Ghost would say. Speaking of Ghost, I haven't seen Ghost in a while. Has he been in any of the other chats? Has anyone noticed? I don't know what he's been up to. I'll have to text him and see if he's okay. Y'all hauling grocery warehouse, something snacks. Seems like today's gonna be quiet Friday. It's rainy here. We won't have people flocking to the stores or to the shore. That's always the best time to go to the beach, when it's raining. I actually like swimming in the rain too. I used to go to the pool when it was raining. As long as it's not storming, you know, because you're already getting wet and the rain just makes it fun. Thank you. Sun be coming up soon. Daylight is just arriving here in Ohio. Yeah, that's the same here. I can just see the horizon starting to light up. I don't know if it's coming through on stream or not, but you can just see a little bit of light on the horizon. Guess we would go out in the showers as kids if there was no lightning. Yeah. Everyone seems to be afraid of the rain, but if you're getting wet anyway, what's it matter? You know? Those are one of the only times I actually enjoyed the beach. Like, we used to go to family trips to Ocean City, and I never really enjoyed them because the beach is crowded and all that, you know. But it rains, everyone stays in, but the sand's cool. You know, it's nice. What kind of salami are y'all making? Can't swim when it's raining, have trouble holding the umbrella. Oh, goodness. Yes, now you can see daylight. Yeah. It gets late here just before 5 a.m. You checked out my channel. What's your opinion? I kind of just skimmed through. I don't think I watched a whole video, but I think it looks intriguing. And when I get a chance, I probably will watch, you know, a few of your videos. But it's nothing against your channel. I tell everyone that on YouTube, like, because Grey Wolf will ask, oh, did you see my video on this? Or Ride Along will be like, did you see my video on that? You know, and it's like, I spend so much time with my own content that I have very little time to look at other people's. But I wouldn't have given you mod to be able to drop your links if I didn't believe in what you were doing. We'll put it that way. But I can't give you a review on any video in particular. I'll say that, you know. Plan today be hooked up and on the road by 10 a.m., 15 to 278 to 95. Yeah, that's the route I would have took as well, to go down 15. 15's a much better drive. Yeah. So yeah, you're taking the easy way. Yeah, I don't know how you feel about the turnpike, but from where you are, I would hop on the turnpike, take the turnpike all the way over to 15, because the turnpike will drop you right on 15, just south Camp Hill area. It'll get you through Harrisburg and all the traffic there, because 78, your other route, is all torn up. And then 322, you got to go through Harrisburg. So that's up to you, though, on the route. I try to post on a variety of choices, LOL. Yep. Yeah, sooner or later, you'll find out what does best on your channel. Just keep an eye on your analytics, and you'll kind of find you're a little bit of a niche, I guess I'll call it. The other thing is, I don't know how you feel about doing lives, but at least for me, and I know I've talked to Saznak about this as well, lives have always performed better than pre-recorded videos. I guess people just like the interaction, I don't know. But, I mean, I don't have many pre-recorded videos, but my lives have always done better than my pre-recorded. It's impossible to keep up people's videos for sure. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Now, if you have a specific question or something, like if you do an intro and you want my opinion on the intro or something, I mean, I don't do intros for my videos, but I can tell you if I like it or not, you know. But yeah, as far as in general, yeah, don't feel bad. I don't spend a lot of time on anyone's channel. And again, it depends on the content. Yeah, that's true. Oh yes, my lives perform 3 times better. Yeah. People just like lives. Yeah. Gotta say goodbye for now. Have a wonderful day. All safe travels. Well, you have a good day as well, and thank you for dropping by. Yeah, it's the best way I can describe the pre-recorded content is frustrating. I mean, like we did that kayaking video. I mean, that kayaking video was an all-day trip. I got home, it took me several hours the next day to edit it. So I probably had over a day in that video. As far as like my time to record it and edit it and everything. And yeah, it got views, but nowhere near the views of a live that I put up while I'm driving that don't take any editing or anything. And I have more fun with the lives. Because I don't know, as far as pre-recorded content, it's hard to judge what people are interested in. With the live, you know, we can change subjects 17 times in 15 minutes, you know. Just keep the conversation rolling. I have fun, y'all have fun, you know, and it keeps it going, you know, it's organic, where me trying to entertain you without that instant feedback, it don't work well for me, you know? Yeah, because there are channels I follow and I don't think their lives would do half of what their statics do. Yeah, that's true too. There are producers that do very, very good edited videos. I follow a few channels like that. Like my gun review channels I follow. Those are a few of the channels I do watch religiously because I do own a good many firearms. We can't talk too much about firearms on YouTube because they don't like it. But I do own a good many firearms. I do watch reviews on new weapons coming out. Those static videos do amazing. We're talking millions of views for some of those videos. And I don't think a live gun review would be interesting. Because you gotta wait while they walk up to the target, wait while they reload, wait while they clean it, wait while they do this. And when you can edit it and chop it up and, you know, you go from firing straight to the target in seconds, you know, and it saves a lot of time on the review. So I don't think that would make a good live. Say Pew Pew, yeah. Or Freedom Seeds, yeah. Yep. But yeah, I mean, there are stuff that lend more to the pre-recorded. For me, I prefer live. I've considered doing open discussion about the videos I drop during the week. Yeah, that would be fun, because you could get live input. You know, what do you think about this? How'd you like this video? Where should we go next, you know? Yeah, that would be a lot of fun. Because that's the big thing with producing videos and stuff, is other than the comments, you don't have a lot of that input feed of what people like. You know, some people will outright say in the comment or something, man, I did not like the video you did today because XYZ. But most people, if they don't like it, they'll just go elsewhere. They'll never say anything. So it's, that feedback loop would be awesome to have. Yeah. And it would encourage people to watch more of them, you're right. Because if they know they're going to be asked questions, it's almost like a test almost at school, you know? If you know you're going to have a test at the end of the week, you're encouraged to study, you know? If you know that you're going to be asked what you think about a video at the end of the week, you're encouraged to watch them. Lives do help your hours, to help you get the hours though. They do to an extent. YouTube monitors live hours differently. I can't explain it other than that, but during the convoy, it took me a long time to get my hours to get monetized, even though in my general math, say I have 300 people in the chat, and I stream for 3 hours, right there is 900 hours. But it don't add up that way. I don't know how YouTube calculates it, but to get your 1,000 hours for monetization, YouTube counts live differently. But it does help. It really does help. Yeah. Also, the back and forth interaction helps keep people intrigued, and it helps your retention stats as well. So like where a static video, you might have someone click on it, watch it for 2 minutes. If you're interacting with them, they might hang around for 15 minutes or an hour even, or a couple hours, you know, because that interaction helps keep them involved so they don't lose interest. If a person watches a video twice, is it counted as 2 views? I think if you watch it twice, not back to back, but there's some downtime, I think it counts it twice. Because I've wondered that as well. Because like I'll have videos that, say my lives, some of my lives get 4,000 or 5,000 views. And I think about who was in the chat and my chat numbers, and I'm like, well, I might have had 50 or 100 at most. So I think when people leave and come back after a few hours, it counts as a new view. If you refresh, I don't think it counts. I mean, I've heard some people say if you are gone long enough that you come back and you get an ad, that just because that ad played, it counts as a new view. But I have no concrete evidence either way there. It's really only 1,000 now. It used to be 4,000. It might still be 4,000. I thought it was 1,000, but I could be confusing it with subs. Because I know 1,000 subs is the break point for a lot of things. I do a live on Monday nights as of now. And Angie, you're reading my mind. I was going to say, we're talking about your channel. Where's your link? Ooh, and you got your vanity link already? Congrats. It took me a month to get them to approve my vanity link. I don't know why. I mean, I had my monetization, I was several thousand subs deep. And yeah, I mean, it took them forever to approve my vanity link. But congrats on the vanity. I was there Monday night, Angie. I did say hi. Yeah, unfortunately, Angie, I'll never be there on a Monday night because I always have to be up early in the morning during the week. That's why the Saturday night panel works so well for me because I'm off on Sundays. Whoop, we lost Hamlet. Big pothole and he did a flip. Oh, let's get him screw up. Ah, another big pothole. Let's get him back up. Oop, put him over too far. There we go. Yeah, monetization isn't even that big of a deal, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I talk pretty openly about my video statistics, and on a 12-hour live, I usually make between $15 and $20. I mean, yeah, it's 15 or 20 bucks I didn't have before, but yeah, you don't get rich doing YouTube, you know. It's more something you do because you love it. Like, I love just chatting with y'all all day long, you know? I mean, to get rich, I mean, you have to get into the millions of views, like, you know, those guys that do all kinds of crazy stuff, and yeah, they might, I don't know, blow up an iPhone, for example, but you know that $1,000 that iPhone cost them, that video with 25 million views might have made them 3, you know, so it's nothing for them. Monday interview in the daytime. Any rest area on 270? That'd probably be your first rest area, actually, because I can't think of any rest areas on 15. You go through a lot of small towns with diners and stuff. But yeah, I can't think of any rest areas down that route at all. Thing they'll put me right off of it was the intro. If it's over, say, 5 seconds, I switch it off. Yeah, or if the intro volume is incredibly loud. There's a lot of people that for some reason they don't manage their volume well in their videos. So the intro comes in blasting. And then the next thing you know, you gotta turn the volume up again to hear them. It's like their volume's all over the place. It irritates me so much. A lot of times I turn those videos off. Yeah, audio is a big thing. I'd say audio is more important than video a lot of times. Which is why I actually spent the money for the fancy mic system I use now, because I know audio is one of my big pet peeves on a video. If it's hard to hear the streamer or the broadcaster clearly, if there's a lot of background noise, if it's muffled, all that turns me off in an instant, you know? Hey Susie, how's it going? Or is that bye, Susie? I see a wave. I don't know if that's a hi or a bye. Yeah, because the thing with audio is a lot of people watch videos while they're doing other things. You know, you might be, I don't know, like my wife. She watches YouTube while doing her crafts, you know. So she has the YouTube more as a background noise, so she's listening more and she's watching. Honestly, I watched one the other day, Angie. They put a lot of work into it. It was funny graphics, and the like. I just skipped it. Yeah. We'll need to make a pee stop for the dog and father-in-law. Cats will be fine, but dog is young, old man, too old to hold off the whole trip. Yeah, I would say check out one of the diners. Yeah, they're going to go through a lot of small towns on 15. Just keep your head on a swivel. I mean, the outlets in Gettysburg will be a good stop for you because they have a very large parking lot. And I don't know if you like Pepperidge Farm cookies, but there's a Pepperidge Farm outlet there. You can get the cookies and stuff pretty cheap. But yeah, see where the outlets in Gettysburg fall on your trip and maybe stop there. It's right off 15, easy parking. If you need fuel, there's a great big Sheetz across the road that actually has a little bit of truck parking. That might be a good intermediate stop. It's not a rest area, but it'll be a fun place to get out and stretch your legs a little bit. Cookies, drool. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if the Pepperidge Farm outlet's still there. I mean, you know how things change. But as of about 2 years ago, the Pepperidge Farm outlet was still there. And they'd sell, you know, cookies that were just about out of date and goldfish and all that Pepperidge Farm crap that's usually real expensive for $1 or $2, you know, if you got them at the right time. Yeah, that might be a good intermediate stop because Gettysburg will be probably 3-4-ish hours from where you're starting out. Yeah. Probably closer to 3 because you're about an hour, probably half an hour from me, and Gettysburg is about 2 or so hours down 15. Yeah, might be an intermediate stop. Might actually be right about when you need fuel too. I don't know how many miles you can get on a tank in that thing pulling the RV. Yes, it's still there. Just looked it up. Yeah. Yeah, they have real nice bathrooms, decent food court. It actually used to be a stop on our bus runs, which is why I know about the outlets, because we used to drop the people off at the outlets for lunch, and I'd run across the road, fuel the bus, and then come back. 7.6 while in tow. So 7 miles to the gallon. 20-gallon tank, roughly. I'm guessing what gallon tank you got. So you get roughly, yeah, a little right around 200 miles. So yeah, you might have to do a fuel stop in the Gettysburg area. Well, I've enjoyed my time here. All right, well, thank you for hanging out for a bit. Gonna have to go over and check in Ernie's trip before I get a nap. Alright, well, tell Ernie I said hi. It's been a while since I've caught him live because we've kind of been overlapping. We'll look forward to seeing you again soon. No problem. Thank you for hanging out, and hopefully we get you 1,000 subs here sooner or later. But yeah, Spider, now that I think about it, though, I'd probably hold off on fuel. As nice as that Sheetz is, once you get out of PA, fuel should be cheaper. So I'd probably try to hold off to hit Virginia for fuel. Thank you so much. Love and peace. No problem. This is going to work out perfectly today as far as the sunrise too. Topped it off yesterday, should make it 3/4 of the way before fill up again. Okay, that'll be perfect because Virginia has a lower gas tax than PA. So maybe think about doing 2 stops if you need to, because the outlets are worth checking out if you're not in a hurry. But that's the only thing on 15 I can think of that's big enough you won't have an issue with the RV. Because there's plenty of room in that lot. I mean, I don't know if there'll be buses there when you're there, but usually there's always several buses sitting there. And if you do decide to stop at the outlets, stay to the left as you go in. You'll go in, there'll be a traffic light, just stay straight, park to the left. Because if you try to go around to the right, you end up in the main parking area, but that parking area is a lot tighter. If you stay to the left, you'll end up in the side lot, and that's where all the buses and stuff normally park. And if you want to just see Pepperidge Farm, they're actually to the left anyway. Where is he heading? I'll let him answer that. $31-gallon tank. Holy guacamole, that thing holds a lot of fuel. Yeah, hell, my F-150 only holds about 18 gallons when it's fully empty, and it'll go about 300 miles. But then again, my F-150 gets about 20 miles to the gallon on the highway. Yeah, I agree. It sounds fun. I'm debating if sometime here, probably about a month or so out, because I'll be in Virginia for a while. Yeah, I'm debating if sometime I get down there and join them at the beach. Williamsburg's a lot of fun too. Do the Anheuser-Busch tour in Williamsburg. Colonial Williamsburg is alright, but I think they charge for that. But the Anheuser-Busch tour, I'm pretty sure, is free. Really? You can see we're not going anywhere. Why cut the truck off? Oh, Spider, while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to change the subject on you in just a hair. Go to a T-Mobile store in person. Give them any address. They'll hand you the internet thing. Don't use your home address, because I know you said it's not available. But give them any address and just do it in store. I was doing a little research on Reddit and stuff, and a lot of people have had luck just giving them a random address. If you find a very friendly store, just have them try multiple addresses. And if that don't work, let me know. I'll give you my parents' address that I used, and it'll work for you. And the only reason I'm offering Spider my parents' address is because I know Spider. We spent a lot of time together in person. Yeah. Yeah, I can, Spider, I'll tell you this, the T-Mobile thing has worked everywhere I've been in the truck so far since I've had it in the truck here. Yeah. Well, it's no one's business anyway. Yeah. But yeah, $50 a month for unlimited internet, you can't beat it. Yeah, it's T-Mobile internet is the main internet I use in the truck. I use it for the live streaming. I use it for my TV watching in the evening, you know. It's my main internet provider. I do still have the Starlink in the truck, and if there's tree cover, it's not good. If you're in a parking lot, it's great. But it does not go through trees. So the areas I run, it's not very good. My hotspot on my phone has been holding me right now, but I'm a bandwidth whore and need more. Yeah. Me too. On the weekends, all I do is watch Netflix and YouTube and everything. Well, Spider, I've showed you my bandwidth. What was it the last time? Like 500 gigs I used in 1 month? I mean, I tear up bandwidth. Where are you going? We're heading to Churchill, Tennessee. Yep, we're heading back to the barn. Are we back in a minute? All right, no problem. We'll be here. Where from? Jacksonville, Florida. Yep, we're going to be catching 26 here in about 20 minutes, and we're going to be running 26 all the way across. 26 will pretty much take us home. Morning, do you use a booster? Yes, I use the DriveX OTR booster. Yep. Yeah, the booster is on the back of the truck. That goes to the internal antenna, which is actually just double-sided tape to the T-Mobile gateway. And the T-Mobile gateway is what provides my main internet. I do have a Verizon that's limited. That's my fallback connection. If my T-Mobile drops for too long, I do switch over to the Verizon. But the Verizon, really, T-Mobile and Verizon coverage is about equal. Usually if I don't have T-Mobile, I don't have Verizon. But yeah, I do use the DriveX OTR signal booster. Yeah. What happens if your turbocharger goes? That's a random question, but let's go with it. If your turbocharger goes, you're going to lose a lot of power. Your truck is going to smoke like you would not believe, because the turbocharger is actually what builds the pressure for your diesel fumes to come out clear. Because diesel, you know, you see the black soot and everything coming out of some of the older trucks. Your turbocharger actually heats up that exhaust and makes it burn clear. If your turbo goes, you'll see a lot of white smoke, black smoke. You won't have power. On an older truck, it won't fully disable you though. The truck will run naturally aspirated, it just will not run well. You'll get terrible fuel economy, terrible power. It'll just be terrible time to drive. If your turbocharger now grenades, then you're really in trouble, because now you're sucking metal into the engine, you can ruin the motor. So it depends on how your turbo fails. If it just seizes up because it's got some bad bearings or something, then you can drive it. It just isn't going to be a fun drive, and it's not going to be an efficient drive. Yeah. Have a good day. Got to go to the dock. All right. Well, thank you for dropping in. Yep. But yeah, turbocharger is not necessarily the death of the truck. It's just an inconvenience. Just had one hell of a thunderstorm. Had a Chihuahua and a Pit Bull on my head. Yeah, my Pit has decided he don't like thunderstorms either. So if it storms around us, yeah, I get a free massage as my dog is vibrating, crammed as tight up against me as he can be. Yeah, but he'll shake and carry on. But it's just recent. I don't know what changed, why he decided he don't like thunderstorms. He used to be all right. But yeah, here recently, he'll dang near shake himself to pieces if it's storming. We'll know it's going to storm before it even storms, because he'll hear the thunder off in the distance and come find us shaking like a leaf. But yeah, back to the turbo real quick, if you ever see a truck going down the road just leaving a trail of smoke, more than likely they either have a turbo that's failing or a turbo that's already done. I got to break down the grills and the other stuff. I'll be back shortly. All right, well, thank you for hanging out for a bit. Pitbull was so scared she peed on the floor. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I've had 3 pit bulls since I've started having dogs, and every single one, I mean, everyone thinks, oh, pit bulls are mean. Every single one's been a big baby. It's like they want to be right next to you. They love to cuddle. They just want to be near you, you know, part of the family. Yeah. My dog barks at thunder, lightning, and helicopters? Huh. The thunder and lightning makes sense because I guess they think they're protecting you from the loud noises maybe. Well, helicopters actually maybe too because helicopters are loud. Yep, and I love pit bulls. Yeah, I love mine as well. I mean, I've thought about getting a truck dog and I've considered pit bulls. The only problem with pit bulls and truck dogs is most of my pit bulls have been a little bit dopey, I guess I'd say. Like they bump into things, knock things over. I mean, I had one pit bull run right through a wooden fence. Yeah, like not on purpose. Like we were playing in the yard and he's running looking back. You know, next thing I know, he plows through the wooden fence because he's looking at me and not where he's going, you know? Yeah, it took out a whole panel out of the big wooden privacy fence I had at my one property. Had to get out there and nail the panel back up because he plowed through it. The best part is it didn't even faze him. I just called him, he comes running back, and yeah. I put him inside and got to work putting the fence back up. I'm going to let the chickens and turkeys loose come along. Yeah, I want to have chickens when I get the new property. That's one of the stipulations on when I'm looking for properties is I want to find a property where I'm allowed to have farm animals because my current property I'm restricted. I'm not allowed to have anything considered farm animals. I feel my weenie dogs are more ferocious than most pit bulls. Now your YouTube handle makes sense. I gotcha. I was wondering. Yeah. My dog barks at anything that moves. He'll go after fireworks as well. Yeah, see, my dog, my pit, most of the time you don't know he's there. Like, he don't bark at the mailman. He don't bark at my parents or my friends that come over most of the time. He don't even bark at the yard guy. What he does bark at is the Amazon driver, salesmen, Jehovah's Witnesses, anyone that comes to the house that isn't normally there. Like, he recognizes most people that are there all the time and knows they belong there. Yeah, but if anyone comes up to the house that he don't recognize, he'll bark. But most of the time, you don't know he's there. Like, if he's barking, we know there's a stranger there. But, like, the mailman can come up and put a package on the porch, and we'll discover it that evening when we go out for dinner or something. Because we'll never know it was there otherwise, because he won't make a peep. Or, like, if I come home, he don't make a peep. Not the big truck pulling in the driveway, not me walking up to the house. Yep. Don't know it. They're breeds to own, have about 60 chickens and 20 turkeys. That's a lot of eggs. And 8 sheep. Yeah, I've thought about, for the property, chickens and maybe goats or sheep or a cow or two. Something that eats grass, because I hate mowing. So I need something that eats grass. Yeah. Mine bark at everything. Oof. As soon as we get out of these bumps, I'll finish reading that. And the blind one only barks if the others do it. We have 4. So the blind one don't like being left out. If everyone else is barking, that one's like, oh, okay. Everyone else is barking, I guess I should. And starts in, I got it. That's funny. Sheep eat grass, but not all sheep. Goats eat brush. They'll clear a natural area of underbrush fast. There's actually a guy on YouTube, I can't remember his channel right now, but that's his business. He'll go out to an area that's like full of kudzu and Virginia creeper vines, or you name it, multa roses, whatever crap is there. You know, this area could be completely overgrown to the point you can't move. He'll take his herd out, set up temporary fence, and his YouTube channel is just his herd eating. Yep, I can't remember the YouTube channel right now, but yeah, that's what he does. He just travels with a herd of goats and clears property. And you would not believe how meticulously these goats are. There won't even be a sprig of crap anywhere, you know. The property will just look like a nice cleared woods that someone spent years maintaining, although the goats just went through and ate it recently. Had 35 chickens at my cousin's farm the other night. Raccoons and foxes got 11 of them. Oh no, that's terrible. Oof. That's a big business, renting your goats. Yeah, apparently that's all he does. And like I said, he films it for YouTube. And I guess he uses those films for advertising. Yeah, it's incredible how quickly and everything they clear a property. Good morning, MudPigTrucking and Piglets Snacks. Well, good morning, Kimberly. And yeah, we always like snacks. Three dogs, got 6 of my birds a few weeks ago. Yeah, that's something we'll probably do, actually, speaking of dogs. Is if we have a big enough property, I'll probably look into getting some kind of farm dog. I mean, I'll have to research what breeds are good with that, but I know there are breeds that are perfectly happy being among the farm animals. You know, they'll sleep with sheep or chickens or goats and all that. And, you know, they just protect the animals. Yeah. Especially for eating kudzu. Ah, kudzu, yeah. That stuff goes everywhere. Apparently cows like kudzu too, I've heard. I don't know how true that is, but I've had several people tell me that cows like kudzu. Yeah. Deer will do the same thing and pins destroy. Oh, goodness.
Take exit 86B on the right to I-26.
Deer will do the same thing. Destroy a land, won't be nothing green left. Yeah, I mean, this is intentional, though. This is for people that have a woods or something that they'd like to do something with. So they bring in the goats to clear the woods for them, so you don't gotta get out there and do it yourself. But yeah, I know what you mean, destroying it, stripping it out, but some people prefer that, you know, a woods that you can actually navigate. I'm lost. Where are we? No G. The GPS isn't working this morning? Oh, great. I'll have to fix that again. That's the second time in a couple of weeks it's glitched out.
Continue on I-26.
We just got on 26 from 95, though. We're at the 26-95 interchange. Collies are herd dogs, very protective. Yeah. Absolutely prefer outside. I have 3 now. They're great protectors, but not good neighborhood dogs because they do like to bark at night. That's their job. We raise deer and sell them? Oh no, don't tell me that. Now I need to get a freezer full quick. I really do enjoy venison. Open the GPS link and it came up to my house. Yeah, it's probably acting up then. Let me see something. I won't be able to refresh the one in the description, but I might be able to drop a new one in the chat. Let me see. That worked. Oof. I was talking about Great Pyrenees being outside dogs and barking all night. They are wonderful dogs for any animal. Great Pyrenees, something like that. And then try that link for GPS. These are trophy deer, huge racks. We sell them at places that charge you to hunt. Oh, okay, so not just venison from my freezer then. These are fancy deer. Got it. I was thinking, you know, stock up on my freezer venison. Yep, that works. Thank you. We'll save it. Great big white dog and a sweetheart. Huh. Have to look them up. Oh my. This construction is terrible. At least it's open on both lanes. When I came down here through the night, this was one lane and a disaster. I mean, it's still rough, but at least it ain't rough and clogged. Wait, that sounds like a Saznek joke. Rough and clogged. Oh, anyway, sorry. Pyrenees are big dogs. I wish I could show you them right now. They worked all night and they're snoozing now. Yeah, I've seen it might have been a Pyrenees, because the one I'm thinking of, they use them in sheep herds and they almost blend in. They almost look like a sheep, but it's a dog. You could, but for freezer deer, I'd rather have a wild one. Yeah, me too. I just don't have time to hunt. Yeah, trucking's kind of cut into my hunting time, and I don't know. I don't have any friends that hunt anymore, so yeah. And hunting by yourself, I don't know. It's just not fun. I always prefer to hunt with a bunch of buddies, you know. I've never been a big solo hunter. I get bored too easily. At least when you got some friends, you can complain that you haven't seen nothing but a squirrel all day, you know? They're bred from St. Bernards. Okay. I only hunt fish. Now, are you talking about bow hunting fish, or are you talking about actually fishing? Because I do know that some people bow hunt fish. Morning, Mud Pig. Well, morning. Actually fishing? Okay. Yeah, I'm usually a bait fisher myself. Spider tried to teach us lure fishing, and well, I don't know. The fish weren't really biting, and quite honestly, I mean, it may have been a nibble or two, it may have been a stick, but I don't know. I'm more of a cast it and wait. But we tried to learn lure fishing last time we were down with spider fishing. My dream would be to work or have an animal rescue. I want a giraffe in the backyard, but the hubby said no. Oh goodness, if you get a giraffe in the backyard, I'll come up and visit. You're not that far away. Been so hot to fish though, the water is like 90 degrees in the pond. Yeah, it gets to the point where the fish say the heck with eating too. They just stay down at the bottom. My husband doesn't like to hunt with others. He's really goofy about scents and is practically sanitary when he goes. He even takes an ozone marker with him. Huh. Yeah, see, for me, hunting is more of a party. You know, you hang out with buds, you know, you play poker. I mean, I'm not a big drinker, but I will drink socially, so maybe we'll have a few beers and stuff and just have fun, you know. If we get deer, great. If not, we just had a good weekend with friends, you know. Get a whopper plopper. You'll use lures after that. I might have used one of those. No, I think the one I used was called a bubbler or something. But it was a top lure, and whenever you were bringing it in, you kind of jerked it in, and it went bloop, bloop, bloop as you pulled it in. You know, it made this weird noise, and it was fun. But yeah, I don't know. It's one of those, you know, it's fun when you're catching. It's not so much fun when you're just out there being frustrated. But I'll look up a whopper plopper. But yeah, the one I used, it had big eyes and this great big mouth, and as you brought it in, it just made like this bloop noise every time you jerked it in a little bit. My son caught some big ones in Douglas Lake the last weekend in Danridge. Yeah. I've never gone fishing in Douglas Lake, but I hear they have big fishing tournaments, like the stuff you see on TV they do in Douglas Lake every now and then. Smallmouth bass. Nice. I have 3 tackle boxes loaded. Haven't used half the stuff in them. I'm addicted to buying fishing lures. Yeah, that seems to be most fishermen though. You'll have like several tackle boxes loaded up, but you'll have like those 3 choice lures or something, you know. 35 deer here, they're just for petting. That's a lot of deer for petting. Yeah, that's what the wife told me about the cattle too. Because when we were talking about having a small farm, she's like, I want a few cows for pets. I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to have a cow. I'm going to name it T-Bone, and there's another one I'm going to name, you know, ground beef or something. That way we know those are the eating cows. Yeah, she wants some pet cows. And Cherokee Lake. I'm not sure where Cherokee Lake is. I'm trying to think. I know where Cherokee is in North Carolina. Maybe Cherokee Lake's in the same vicinity. Ploppers have a spoon-like rudder on the back that that turns as you reel the rod, and the tail makes a plop plop sound. Okay. So it's the same concept. They make a noise kind of like the bloop bloop, but it's a plop plop. Okay. So you don't have to jerk it in. You just bring it in smooth, and it kind of does the work for you. Unlike the one I was bringing in, where you had to jerk it to make the bloop bloop noise. That does sound a little better if it, does the work for you. He does that and takes like 6 fishing rods, all set up differently in his boat. He would like to be professional. Cherokee here is in Morristown. Okay, I know where Morristown is. Lisa, the deer get mean after about a year and a half old. In our pins, they'll go after you. The fawns you can pet all day long. Huh. So they get wild after a while, you're saying. Kind of reminds you of children, honestly. They're great when they're little. They get to be a teenager, they get a little wild on you. Start talking back, get mean. Sorry. Couldn't help the joke. Exactly on the retrieve steady. Now see, that sounds like my kind of lure. Throw it out and just bring it in nice and steady. And just, I could do that all day. So whopper plopper. Okay, I'll have to remember that. Drive over it coming down 11W right after Bean Station. Okay, so it's that real big one with all the boats on it. Yeah, I know exactly which one you're talking about. These are free range. I feed them in the winter. Okay. They'll try to ram you with them antlers. I'm sure that don't feel good. Yeah, I don't know. If a deer tried to ram me with their antlers, I think I might try the cartoon approach. You ever see in the cartoons where the cartoon character takes a bull that's charging him, grabs him by the antlers, and kind of flips him over out of the way? I think that'd be my instinct with the deer, either that or run. I'm not sure which, but I don't think I could outrun a deer. So, might try to wrestle it. Used to have a customer in Morristown, Tennessee. L&M Gases. I managed a wholesale foliage nursery in South Florida and shipped a lot of plant material to them. Good people. Oh, there's a lot of good people in Tennessee. That's why I like Tennessee so much. Like 98% of the people you talk to are great people. I mean, the only people that really seem like they have a problem are the people that are just tourists, But you can sit down and talk to the locals all day, It's one of those areas where if you start a conversation, you better have an hour or you're not going to finish the conversation. That's what I do. Grab the antlers, wrap it around a tree, and run out of the pen. Oh, goodness. That is funny. I've lived all over the world. Hubby retired Air Force. This is his hometown. We've been back 22 years. I wouldn't live anywhere else. Yeah, I love Tennessee. I always have. Ever since I was a child. I mean, like I said, we've been going to Dollywood and Pigeon Forge as a family since I was no bigger than a steer tire on a truck. I can't remember the first time we went to Tennessee on a family vacation. It's just always been a tradition. Every year we go to Tennessee. Yeah. So I've always loved this area and always said I was going to live here. It's just now that I'm an adult and I'm making adult money, I have the opportunity to move here, I just don't know if it's going to be this year or next year or 10 years from now. It's still the goal is to get down to Tennessee. I actually have a real good line on an abandoned house. It sounds weird, but I don't have any information on the abandoned house, but the property is 5 acres with a pond, mostly wooded. The house has been abandoned for several years. The family that owns it hasn't been in it. And basically it was owned by an older couple. The mom lives with the daughter now, I think it is. And the husband was in a nursing home for years. So no one lived in the house for years. It just sat abandoned. And yeah, they want to get rid of it for $40,000 just to break even on their debt and everything. So I'm going to try looking at that because we have the RV, so the house, if it's fixable, we can fix it slowly over time and live in the RV and just hook it up to the well and septic of the house. But it sounds really interesting because basically they're selling it as the land because the house, they say, has no value. So hopefully sooner than later, I agree. And when was the last time you were home? The week after the 4th, I was home for a week for my birthday. That's good info to know, Tennessee. I hate the winter. I get enough winter here in NC. PA to Florida, then NC. One second. I'm going to pass this truck. Let me tell Florida for 15 years. Ruined me, but just too busy. Yeah. See, I don't like anywhere busy either. Yeah, that's why I like Tennessee. It's friendly. It's pretty slow unless you go to the touristy areas, And it's easy to find property out in the country where you don't have a lot of neighbors. Sounds almost cheap. Exactly. It's not on the market either. It's a person that works at their glass plant. It's their family. And like I said, basically they just want to, which I don't understand this. They said they want to clear off the debt and break even. So I don't know if they're just trying to pay for funeral expenses. Because I always thought debt was canceled when someone passed away. I don't know if the debt can pass to the wife and they want to clear off the grandmother's debt. I have no idea what debt they're talking about, but they said they just want to break even on the debt and, get rid of the property they're not using. So I didn't really question it, but yeah, I'm going to try to look at it this weekend. East Tennessee hasn't had a hard winter in a while. Yeah, in Tennessee, at least in my experience with winters being down here on vacation and stuff, it's more ice than snow, and the ice don't last long. It's not like Pennsylvania where you get feet of snow and it might be there for a month, you know. Debt stays. My neighbor's a widow. They might have taken out a second mortgage. Yeah, I'm not sure. But I asked them that. I said, why are you so anxious to sell it for so cheap? And that's what they said. They just want to clear the debt. So, yeah, I don't have any experience, but oh no, it's not canceled. Banks will go after the family. Okay. So it's just credit cards that are canceled when you die then? Because I am pretty sure that credit card debt don't carry over. But yeah, I didn't know if that was all debt or not, because I always figured you can't collect from a dead person, but yeah, I don't know. So it passes on to the family or the widow. Okay. That makes a little more sense then. Even over Gatlinburg has a hard time making snow. Yeah, and they got that ski resort there. Actually, one time I was at Over Gatlinburg, I don't know if they still do it, but it wasn't snowing on the ground. We got to the top of the mountain where they have the little like area there where the band sometimes plays and stuff. It was snowing at the top, natural snow, not man-made snow. And it was just kind of cool because, you know, we got a little bit of snow for our Christmas trip. Debt isn't inherited in the UK, which means family, friends, or anyone else cannot become responsible for individual debt of the deceased. Yeah, I'm not sure how that works in the US. I've never had to deal with it. I mean, I don't want to sound like I'm bragging, but everyone in my family that's died has had enough money to cover their expenses. You know, I've never had anyone that was in debt pass away. Yeah, like I said, I don't want to sound like I'm bragging or anything, but like my parents' funeral arrangements are already prepaid, you know, and they have a significant retirement, you know. No, it might take a while to determine the estate, and then they start grinding away trying to get it. They could put liens on any property owned, so when it does sell, you pay them first. So that's probably what they're dealing with then. They probably have an idea of what the debt is, and they're trying to sell the estate and break even. Okay. That explains it a little better, because I was a little nervous about that. I'm like, it's like it almost sounds too good to be true, you know, but I guess they want to just sell it quick and get the debt cleared and get on with their lives or something, you know. Rockies get more snow in my experience. We have had several bad ones in 22 years. Military will bury both me and hubby. Does debt transfer after death in U.S.? No, when someone dies owing a debt, the debt does not go away generally. The deceased person stays responsible for paying any unpaid debts. Okay. So that makes me feel a lot better about this situation, because it, like I said, to me it sounded like one of those too good to be true things. But yeah, if they just want to close the estate quickly, it kind of makes sense selling it off cheap then. That's why you might put an asset in someone else's name prior to death. Funeral arrangements are the easy part. Okay. Had my father burnt after they told me what a funeral would cost. Yeah, funerals aren't cheap. I can't remember what my grandmother's funeral cost, but I know her casket alone was like $6,000. Just for a casket, a box to put her in. But she had it all paid for in advance as well. I just couldn't believe it when I heard what her casket cost. We're 57 and 61. I want to go ahead and pre-plan our funeral. Uh-oh. What do we got? We got a truck up in the weeds. We have ambulances everywhere. Oh, we have a car on its roof. That's not good. Holy cow. The one door was off that car. Like, off. I don't know if they had to cut it off or if it flew off, but yeah. That is not good. Hey, eastbound, just over that hill there, you got an accident. You got a car decided to play turtle and a truck up in the weeds. Just giving you a heads up, you'll be stopping up there. Cousin spent 20 grand on my aunt's casket. Holy cow. So my grandmother's casket was a good deal then. Son always said when his times come, he's going to Alaska and walk off into the wilderness like Native Americans used to do. Yeah. That's a good plan. It's ridiculous sometimes what things cost anymore. I mean, quite honestly, in my opinion, when I'm dead, I don't care if the wife gets a backhoe and buries me out on the farm. You know? It's one of those things, you don't need the body anymore, so why spend a lot of money on it? You've moved on from your physical body. He's rich though, I'm not. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you got the money, spend it, but yeah. I don't know, maybe have a Viking funeral, build a pyre and throw me on it, you know? I don't care. I don't need this anymore, you know? Especially new trucks, crazy expensive. Yeah, we're going to see those prices reversing soon. Actually, very soon, truck prices are going to be reversing. With the way rates and fuel are, I think there's going to be a lot of truckers getting out of the industry. I mean, I think I've told y'all before, when I got this truck several years back before all the craziness, I paid $60 for this truck. 2017 with a Cummins, a 10-speed, you know, real nice truck. Paid $60,000 for it. Now I see similar trucks going for over $100. Haha, use my liver to catch a catfish. There you go, be useful, right? That's funny. Oh, that would be cool. I would do that. I'm trying to talk my daughter into a Viking wedding, but her dad would have a heart attack. He's not fun like us. Yeah, weddings are another thing people spend too much money on. I'm sorry. I mean, when Kate and I got married, we got married by a preacher. We gave him a couple $100 for his trouble to come out and marry us. I think it was like $200 or $300. His wife took the pictures and was our witness. That was our marriage. I mean, we didn't have a big wedding. We didn't do nothing like that. I mean, those people spend thousands on weddings. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm greedy or something. I just don't see spending all that money on a wedding. Now, we did spend a lot on our honeymoon. We rented a great big cabin. It was a couple $100 a night. I mean, we went and did all kinds of stuff in Pigeon Forge, from shows and stuff. I mean, like I said, maybe we're greedy, but we enjoyed our honeymoon and didn't spend a lot on the wedding because we didn't have a lot to spend. I mean, if we would have spent it all on the wedding, our honeymoon would have been sitting around a fire in our backyard toasting marshmallows, you know? Back to nature, they have cemeteries like that. Dig a hole, put you in it, cover you up, nothing fancy. Yeah. Plant a tree over me. Maybe I'll become fertilizer, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not big on all that stuff. Liver is dual purpose meat. LOL, morning all. Morning. We got married by Justin the Peace for $40. Got beer and pizza. That was 38 years ago. Yeah. Yeah, we got married by a Baptist preacher. I can't remember where we found the preacher. But yeah, we went to the Sevier County Courthouse, did our wedding stuff, you know. Then I think we just found him in a phone book or something. Just called up a preacher and told him meet us over at Minot Park in Gatlinburg. He came over, met us, did the wedding, and, you know, we paid him a little bit of money in cash. Actually, I'm pretty sure it was just a donation. There was no set amount. So we just gave him a couple $100. I can't remember if it was $200, $300, whatever, you know. He signed our wedding certificate, and we were on our way, you know. Yeah, we've been married 7 years now. Green burials are legal in many places. You just have to get a permit and a shovel. Huh. I'll have to look into that. Not that I'm planning on passing away anytime soon, but yeah, I'll definitely have to look into that. Used to have many quick wedding places in Sevierville, but not as many anymore. Yeah, I mean, ours wasn't like a wedding chapel quick wedding. I mean, ours was planned out for a while. We always knew we weren't going to have a fancy wedding. We are talking about doing some kind of barbecue or something for a vow renewal sometime to have something for the family, but it might be our 10-year wedding anniversary. Maybe we'll do a vow renewal. But yeah, when we got married, we weren't wealthy by any means, you know. But yeah, hey, Super Trucker. Morning. Would rather be buried by my dogs in a cemetery. Yeah. There you go. That's how to spend your later years, teaching your dogs how to dig a very deep hole. Yeah. I mean, dogs dig anyway sometimes, so yeah. Teach them teamwork so they can dig a hole for you. Yeah. I'm too ADHD to be married. My wife gets mad at me sometimes about that. I won't say I'm ADHD, but when I'm focused on a task, I tend to hyper focus. So if I'm watching a video or, working on something around the house, I literally hear nothing. Like, she'll talk to me and then get mad because I didn't hear her. Yeah, that laser focus is a blessing and a curse, because when I'm working on something, I'm very good at working on it, but the rest of the world might as well not exist. Yeah, my little crazy mind just had a hilarious idea. If you really want to scare the neighbors as far as your dog's burying you, you could have burial drills where you could have the dogs bury a mannequin. Wouldn't that be hilarious? The neighbors freaking out when your dog drags a mannequin out of the house into the backyard and starts burying it. Oh, that'd be terrible. Sorry. Hubby and I are opposite. He's logical, I'm creative. My ex was like that. I finally told her to get my attention, then tell me. Yeah. Yeah, Kate forgets about that at times. And she'll finally get my attention when she's already mad at me. Yeah, see, I'm weird. Like, Kate has the social anxiety and stuff. I'll talk to anyone, but I prefer to be alone. So I'm not sure if that makes me an introvert or an extrovert. Like, I like my peace and quiet, but I'm not afraid to talk to people. But during the convoy, I didn't like walking up to people with the camera. So, I don't know. Maybe a little of both, you're just balanced. Yeah, I guess that's a good way to put it. Balanced. Yeah. But as a trucker, it's good to be independent. Because you don't have those social connections a lot of people have because, whoa! Oh my goodness. Y'all see that round thing on the back of that flatbed roll from left to right? Watch when he takes this turn, and I'm going to get around him as fast as possible. That beam there probably is going to roll again. Oh, it didn't roll this time. I thought that beam was coming off. Let me get around this guy. But the beam that is pointing us, not the one standing in the air or anything, the one that is pointing us, rolled in that one turn. Oh, man. Okay. Let me see if I can get around this guy. because he is going to lose that. Like, look how loose some of those straps are. Some are vibrating, other ones are just flopping all limp. Oh, that scared me. Okay. What's the speed limit here? 60? Shoot, I can't pass him. Look at this truck. What are you trying to do, bud? Become a sandwich? Husband doesn't like most of humanity, but would go crazy if he couldn't talk, or drive me crazy talking to me. I like to be alone. Radio him if you can. Yeah, it's a good idea. I got static on the radio again. Hey, blue flatbed here with the white beams on the back of you. You got your radio on?
Say it again.
Yeah, I'm looking for the flatbed with the blue cab, and you got some kind of white beams on the back of you. Hey, when you get a chance, you're going to want to tighten these straps. You got a white one laying across all the rest of them. When you took that one turn back there, that rolled left to right on you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, have a good one there. Yeah, you gave me a little bit of a shock when I saw that thing roll there. I was hoping it wouldn't go off.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
No problem. You have a good one.
You too.
Someone's beeping. He actually had his radio on. I'm surprised. Good morning, MudPig. Well, good morning. How's it going? I'm on disability for lupus. I'm alone all day and I craft. I want to try to sell some. Hubby works in East Tennessee State University. He's an IT director installing 300 computers this week. Man, I used to be in IT and do the installs and stuff. Yeah. And as far as selling crafts, I mean, that really depends. I mean, I know a lot of people do Etsy. I had a great aunt that did very well at craft shows. She would craft all year pretty much, and then in the fall she'd do craft shows and sell everything she made. She made washcloths and hand towels and pumpkins and I mean just anything you could think of that you could knit or crochet or sew. Yeah. What was wrong with the ELD? The ELD, I'm not sure what was wrong with it yesterday. It drove me nuts. I unplugged it and plugged it back in once I got started, and today it seems happy. So I don't know if it was a communication failure. I have no idea what was wrong with it. But today it seems happy. It's reading the truck correctly. It's blue, it's not red. I'm talking about lights on it. It has a blue light normally on it. I guess means it's working. Yesterday it had a red light and it was beeping every few minutes. But yeah, I'm not sure what was wrong with it. Unplug and replug seemed to fix it though.
1.5 miles. Keep left on I-26.
Have a lot of diamond paintings framed and done. Are those ones that I always say I could never do, where it has to be where you do the crystal things? They're little tiny, like I don't even know what the size, like about the size, no, probably smaller than the head of a thumbtack. Definitely smaller than the head of a thumbtack, actually. Like maybe the size of the head of a push pin. But you just sit there and you dunk, 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 and you stick the different colors to a piece of paper. I think that's what you're talking about, diamond paintings. Full memory, LOL, maybe. I don't know, but the old have you turned it off and back on again fixed it. Like I said, just unplugging it and plugging back in seemed to make it happy. Yeah, I'm working on one that's 4 foot by 2 foot right now. Yeah, I would never have the patience for that. I did do a few of the rug ones. What are those things called? The latch hook, I think, where you have the little like couple-inch pieces of yarn, and you sit there and you poke it through, pull it out, poke it through, pull it out, and it makes like a fuzzy picture. I did do a few of those years ago when I was younger, but yeah, never did the diamond paintings. That's like putting together models. I have a whole bunch of old model kits of cars and stuff that I've never put together just because I don't have the patience for gluing all those little pieces. Yeah. Morning, you should put the glass piggy next to the other piggy in the window. I love it. I'm afraid to get the glass piggy out. The glass piggy stays wrapped up here in the truck because I'm afraid the vibrations might cause it to crack or something. Especially glass on glass. Like if I hit a bump, I'm afraid it'll bust it. But yeah, I've thought about putting them out, and yeah, I'm just afraid to break it. What are you hauling? We're hauling empty frames back to the plant. They're just empty metal frames that they strap the glass to for shipping. Very addictive, the diamond paintings. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I've never tried them. But I do say that I used to work for Pepsi for a short while as a merchandiser, and my job at Pepsi was to build those great big displays you see at the stores, like the football stadiums, or one time I made an Easter bunny out of Pepsi products. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, I've done fireplaces. The fireplace was really neat. We made that out of Pepsi, and we put electric fire logs in it, and had a mantle and everything. It was all built out of Pepsi. And doing that kind of work, when you get done, you stand back, look at it, and you can go, man, that's a dang fine job. You know, you get that satisfaction of a job well done. So I could understand doing those diamond paintings, the same kind of thing. You can look back and go, man, that looks nice. I did that, you know. There was some protest last night in DC, like 1,000+ Asians with candles. Never seen it, but they've been doing it for a while. Yeah, I've never heard about that. I know when we were in Hagerstown, we had a lot of support from the Asian communities. Like the Asians are one of the ones that brought out a lot of the tents and grills and stuff that we used in Hagerstown. But yeah, I don't know anything about a protest they were doing. Like actually they called them the Orientals, but yeah, the Asians even cooked for us a few nights. Made us dinner, you know, a bunch of them came out and cooked dinner for us and stuff. Clip of the loose flatbed load. Oh, Kimberly, you caught that on a clip, that beam rolling? It scared the crap out of me. I was hoping that thing didn't come off. When am I going down to DC to see 1776? Probably no time soon. It's just too far away and fuel's too expensive right now. I did visit them back when they first moved to Bunker Hill, but it'll probably be a good while till I visit again. Chinese protesting cop. Chinese understand not having freedom. That is true. They do understand. Asian Americans, yes. That's a good term for them. I mean, that's one of those labels that you never know what people prefer. Yeah. It's like Indians and Native Americans and it's hard. All these labels and politically correctness, Go watch before you speak Chinese American. Yeah, it's crazy. They've been both places, DC and Bunker Hill. Yeah, I'm not out there to offend anyone. I'm hillbilly. I mean, a lot of times, I just speak what I think, and I'm not out there to offend anyone. But I'm ignorant on a lot of those terms, of what's politically correct, I'll put it this way. I had a lot of black friends growing up. I played football and, African American friends, whatever you wanted to call them. My grandmother, bless her heart, would still ask me, "Oh, is that nice N-word boy coming to dinner tonight?" It's just the way I was raised. I'll never use that word, but yeah, that was my grandmother. She didn't mean nothing by it. We had dinner with them all the time, but that's how she referred to him. And I always told her, it's like, you can't say that. She's like, what? We'd have arguments over it. Yeah. And not all Asians are Chinese. That is true. That's the way to speak how you feel. Yeah. Asians of American descent, I hate the PC names of ethnicity. If born here or naturalized, they're American first. Here's the thing. People are people. Everyone puts labels on everything. Everyone gets upset about labels and everything. It's a person. That's all. It don't matter if you're red, blue, green, black, white, purple, orange. I don't care. You're a person, and I'm going to treat you like a person. That's all there is to it in the end. How's the old song we learned in Sunday school? Red, yellow, black, and white. Oh, I can't think how it goes now. They are... Something about they are perfect in His sight, I think it is. Jesus loves the little children of the world. It don't make a difference. That's why we have freedom to speak. exactly super trucker. I'm Norwegian and Scottish. I don't walk around demanding all these taglines about it. Oh, a precious in his sight. That's it. I knew it was something about that. It's been a long time, but yeah. I mean, the labels and stuff are all things that people have made up for other people. And I think labels just make everything worse. Treat a person like another human being. And, I mean, we can all get along, you know. Labels just get in the way. Yeah. More about culture than skin color. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. And culture, I will say that culture can cause some issues and misunderstandings. Because different people raise different ways, believe different things, you know. And yeah, there can be some misunderstandings based on culture. That is true. Because I think in some cultures, isn't a thumbs up an insult? I think it's a thumbs up. It's either a thumbs up or a peace sign in some cultures is considered an insult. Will you get reloaded when you get back to the plant? No. I'll be done for the weekend. We'll get unloaded and we'll be done for the weekend. So you get to head home, that's good. No, I won't be heading home. I won't be heading home for a long time, actually. See, from where I'm at in Tennessee to home is about a 6 to 7 hour drive. And with the price of fuel and everything, I don't go home on weekends. I'm off weekends, but I just spend my weekend in the truck watching TV and occasionally talking to Kate on the phone. Yep, I probably won't be home till sometime in mid-November for our wedding anniversary. Yeah. Home's just too far away for it to make sense to spend that kind of money to go home right now when we ain't got it, you know. Even if we had it, I probably wouldn't drive home because the price of fuel and everything makes it prohibitive. Means 7 miles to the gallon. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably 500 miles or so from Bristol to Carlisle. I mean, it cost me a couple $100 just to go home. Pointing with one finger is rude, while Disney people point with two fingers. Yeah, there's a lot of that is cultural. Like I know in some cultures, it's actually cultures, it's actually polite to belch. I think it's either belch or burp or something like that. It's a compliment to the chef. You know. That's very true. Fuel is crazy nowadays. Yep. It is. Diesel came down to $4.79 here, but that's too much. Yeah, means food was good. Yep. Yep, but here in America, you know, you don't want to belch at your company. Yeah, in some countries that's considered polite. While that's nearly impossible in a marriage, it would be cheaper to rent a car and meet Kate halfway, maybe. Yeah, we've thought about getting one of our vehicles down here, but the problem is I got to figure out how to make a, 500 or 600 mile trip to pick up the vehicle. Did you hear Joe is sick? I'll edit that slightly. No, I did not hear that. Don't cut sushi, it's rude to the chef. I've never heard that one, but I know you're not supposed to use a fork for sushi. Yeah, I've never heard you're not supposed to cut sushi. Huh. I do love sushi though. I'll have to remember never to cut it though. I usually don't. Like, even when you get the rolls where they slice them really thick, I actually don't mind thick sushi. They're getting rid of independent truck drivers in Cali. Yeah, independent everyone in Cali. You basically cannot be an independent contractor in Cali, whether you're a plumber, a truck driver, an Uber driver, a Lyft driver, DoorDash, Instacart, electricians, IT guys. I mean, heck, when I worked in IT, a lot of my work was independent contractor work. I'd come into, well, like I said, I worked for the Navy and the IMF. Both of them were independent contractor work. I came in, I did my job, and I left. I wasn't employed by the IMF or the Navy. I was just paid by them, Yep, AB5's going to be bad. Yep. I can't wait till one of them politicians has thought was a good idea have a pipe burst in the middle of the night and they can't get a plumber and they have to get a boat to get out of their house. It's going to be bad. Independence is a crime now, for sure. Why don't you travel with me like the G's wife? She does from time to time, but she also prefers her independence. She sits at home and makes her crafts and things, and I mean, we're best friends, but we also are both independent people. We enjoy having our time by ourselves, which is what makes it work well for us. If she was overly attached to me where she couldn't spend time away from me, our marriage wouldn't work. But we both do well together and we do well apart. It's why it works. If 1099, not W2, no work. Yep. Just think if all those trucks came to DC, yeah, that would be incredible if all those trucks came to DC. But I think those trucks are more needed in California because they got to protest that locally. That's AB5 as of right now is not a national problem. There are talks about it going national, but as of right now, they need to squash that at a state level because that was a California idea, not a DC idea. So Joe has everything you can think of. I love it. No one can ever agree on anything. If I see a sinus infection, allergies, virus, yeah. Not to insult y'all, but it's always funny how information like that spreads. Yeah. It's always cracked me up. Because you'll see that all over Facebook later, or all over Twitter later. He's dying, he's dead, he's sick, he's not sick. He got bit by a dog. His dog bit somebody else. I mean, there's a million examples. It's like, what is the truth nowadays? What is the truth? You can't find it. There's just so much smoke and distraction and everything. You don't know what to believe anymore. Wow, anyone talk to Joe? Yeah, exactly. There we go. Yeah. See, right there's the answer. Has anyone talked to Joe? As in Joe the streamer I was talking about? Well, I mean, it don't matter if it's Sleepy Joe, Taco Joe, or I don't know. Name any Joe. I mean, it's just the way the world works, you know. Things get twisted and bent. I mean, Trucker G talked last night about loopholes in the California law. Yeah, I heard there are a few, where one of them is if you're 100% independent. If you have your own truck, your own authority, your own insurance, you can still operate. I know is one of the loopholes. But you cannot do the leased on like a lot of people do, like I'm doing myself. I'm leased on the mic. I'm running under his authority and his insurance. So technically, the way I'm trucking, I could not do in California. Yeah, I have Joe's number as well. I could call also. Yeah. But I was just using that as an example how everything goes crazy. Trust nothing, verify everything. Exactly. And I don't know if Joe's going to take us up. He is invited to the panel this Saturday. I know we tried to get him into the panel last week and it ended before he got on. But he is invited to the panel this week, so we'll see if he attends. Well, Sleepy Joe has never been positive about anything. Well, I mean, this might be a first if he's positive for virus. Oh, do we want to open another rabbit hole? I talked to Texas girl Joe will be on the panel. Yeah, he's invited. I mean, we invited him last week. I just haven't confirmed if he'll be in attendance or not, but I hope he is. We had a very good conversation last week after the panel ended to the live for y'all. We talked on the back room for a while. Wow, that would be hard for young drivers. Exactly. They're already making it harder for young drivers on a national level. The old way of training truck drivers, where you threw a driver in the truck with a seasoned driver, is no longer acceptable. The only way a person can be considered trained to drive a truck now is if they go to an accredited truck driving school. They put that in the spring, and I think it's ridiculous. Joe's going live shortly. Cool. Speaking of Joe, he just went live. Is Saznak going to be on again? If he wants to be. The thing with that panel is everyone is invited. It's open to anyone that wants to come on. Yeah. That's the great thing about it. I mean, I'm trying to think of someone that hasn't been on. Well, here, if Marcus wanted to be on, Marcus can come on. You know, if Brian wanted to come on, Brian could come on. You know, it's open to anybody. So, all you have to do is, you know, get in contact with, you know, Texas Girl or Diego or, I mean, I've handled inviting some people on. You know, I usually run it by, you know, Texas Girl and Diego first to be like, hey, I have an idea for a guest. I have their contact information. Do you want me to reach out and see if I can get them on? Which is how, you know, Saznak and Mike happened. I mean, I don't want to take credit for the panel, but I did arrange for them to be on, you know. I reached out and spoke to them. G, I would love to have G, you know, G be on the panel. I'm speaking like it's my panel. It's not my panel. I'm just a guest. But I would love to see G on the panel personally. But G, I can't get a hold of G. I've tried reaching out to G. And I don't know, I've never got a response. Yeah. But yeah, I'm sure G would be welcome. Yeah. Some guests would be hard on mods. They would be. They would be very hard on mods. I agree. Some guests would be very hard on the mods. But, I mean, the information needs to get out eventually. And I've never backed down from any discussion. I mean, yeah, sometimes maybe my mods would wish that I wouldn't talk to certain people. Like I said, I got a lot of grief right after the convoy when I was talking to certain people that people didn't agree with. But, yeah. American Poet. Oh, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Like I said, it's not my panel, but I wouldn't be against having American Poet on. Good morning, Phil. Hope all is well. All's doing great. Well rested, in a good mood. Yeah. I mean, like I was saying earlier, we've even had regular viewers on the panel. It's not something that happens regularly, but they have opened up the panel for people to pop in and ask the panel a question. Yeah. It's not always just a, what do you want to call it? I'm not going to call it a celebrity panel. It's not an invited guest panel all the time. It sometimes does open up to regular people to join in. Wasn't the guests themselves, but the people in the chat comments. Yeah, I heard the chat got a little spicy at the end. I wasn't watching my chat too closely, but yeah, I heard it got a little interesting near the end of the panel. Taking a break, have I missed anything good? Nah. I mean, we had a flatbedder with a loose load that was rolling around. Gave me a little bit of a scare as I was riding behind and watching his load roll around. Yeah. Thank you, MudPig, for all you do. No problem. Yeah. Oh yeah, there was a wreck, you know. hopefully no one was hurt there. Truly sorry, but they shouldn't have been bashing, period. All we want is freedom. Yeah. I mean, if you watch those panels, you'll notice, I mean, I'm there, but a lot of the time I stay quiet. Because I hate talking about things that I'm guessing on. I always have said that, like, even during the convoy days, when, like, people start speculating on stuff, I always said, wait till I get a chance to speak to them, and then I'll let y'all know, you know. So I try not to participate in the bashing and stuff. I don't blame you, they went off on their own, yeah. You're a quiet dude like a teddy bear? A lot of people have said that. I'm a big teddy bear. I've heard that many times. Trucker G is live now. Nice. Yeah, I haven't actually popped into a Trucker G live in a long time. It seems like he's doing shorter videos here recently, so I normally end up missing them. Sad what happened to the People's Convoy, but God is in control. Yeah. Like I've said before, the convoy, as expensive it is to move all the trucks and all the fuel and everything that the convoy was doing, it couldn't have lasted forever. I just wish it would have ended differently. Yeah. But it's not cheap to move all these trucks down the highway. I think your adorable kid is a lucky cow. Oh my goodness, don't make me blush. Well, thank you. Last week I came out of Walmart and checked in before I headed home. First comment I saw, bashed you for leaving DC. The hammer came down. Yep, it'll happen. Yep, it'll happen. That's why I said I may be drinking. Oh, goodness. Soft-spoken and intelligent. Well, I'll say this. I mean, truckers should be some of the smartest people out here, in the world, actually. I mean, who else has, well, let's just say 10 hours a day to learn? Because I'm basically getting paid to sit here driving the truck. Why can't I listen to news and audiobooks and podcasts and actually learn something while I'm out here? instead of, listening to music or, things like that. I mean, yeah, now I stream, so I'm interacting with y'all, so I don't listen to as many books and stuff. But, I mean, truckers should be intelligent because they got all this time on the highways to learn things. Just had an ad. Me too. Not sure. Maybe YouTube's hurting for money. What was the last thing y'all heard? I'm assuming you missed some of my little rant there about truckers should be smart. But anyway, you're still learning though? Yeah, true. Because you guys teach me stuff. Yeah. I mean, interacting with y'all, I actually learn a lot. Yeah, and if I didn't enjoy, chatting with y'all, I wouldn't do it. Because like I said, YouTube, you don't get rich doing the YouTube, But when you're in the truck, you have all that opportunity to learn something new. Even studied quantum physics. Oh my. We could go into some deep wormholes, not rabbit holes, it'd be a wormhole then on that. Like if you were able to time travel and you went back and changed something, would it create an alternate reality? Or would it change the current reality? Yeah. Not sure. But it'll make your head hurt thinking about it. Or if you went back in time and killed yourself, would you still exist or would you disappear? Truckers are intelligent and deserve respect. Yeah. I think there are some who make big money on YouTube. There are. I don't, but yeah, there are some that make big money on YouTube. Science is not proven yet is more intriguing, for sure. Really makes your head hurt. Okay. Phil, in history, did you ever hear of the Scopes monkey trial? Don't ring a bell. Was it an actual monkey or was it more of like a kangaroo court kind of thing? Because a kangaroo court does not involve kangaroos, sadly. It would be more fun, but yeah. So you loaded, and where are you heading and hauling what? Heading to Churchill, loaded with empty racks. And yeah, I think I answered that one. Yep, we're loaded, we're heading to Churchill, and we're hauling empty rack return. Whistling Diesel makes huge bucks probably. Yep, Whistling Diesel, Demo Ranch, Kentucky Ballistics. I'm trying to think of a few channels I watch. What's his name? Heavy D Sparks. I'm sure he makes a couple of bucks. Yeah, the big YouTubers make money. Yeah, those of us that get a few thousand views, yeah, we don't make money. It was over the teaching of evolution versus biblical. Well, Super Trucker, why not both? I mean, I'm not saying one's right and the other's wrong, but why not teach both and let the students decide? I enjoyed riding along with you this morning. Enjoy the rest of your day and have safe travels. I need a nap. The dogs wore me out during the thunderstorms. All right, well, thank you for hanging out for a while. Have a good nap, and maybe we'll see you a little bit later. Still got about probably 4 or 5 hours here on the stream yet. So yeah, we'll be at it for a bit now, or for a bit yet. Yeah, I don't know. I always think, why do people need to regulate everything? Why do they need a mandate? You know, what a child needs to learn in school. Why can't, I know there's not unlimited hours, but why can't you teach things from both sides of the both sides of the aisle, I guess. It's like, why is there this history book is approved, but another history book that tells the tale a different way is not approved? You know, if you're teaching about a war, teach the history of both sides of the war, not just the winning side. You know, that way you get the full picture. You know, quantum physics explains some biblical things. Now that is interesting. That's like where you look into archaeology and every culture in the world has an evidence of a great flood. There's actually, if you drill down and take core samples, you can see where the sediment layer was in from a flood. I mean, it's so interesting when science and biblical agree, because it's so many times they're at odds. And I'm not saying one's right and one's wrong. I was raised in the church, but I'm currently not active in the church. We'll put it that way. It was held in Dayton, Tennessee. The anniversary / reenactment's coming up. That's interesting. It was like the argument of the Civil War statues. Yeah. I think I've told you all before, there was a Civil War statue in Mechanicsburg, where I live now. They were fighting to take it down. There was actually an online petition on, what's that petition site? Where they put up petitions all the time. To take down the statue in little old Mechanicsburg. Most people would have to pull out a map to find where Mechanicsburg is. That's why I always tell people I'm in Carlisle. Because Carlisle, most truckers know where Carlisle is because of all the truck stops and truck terminals. Yeah. But it's like, why do people all around the world care about a statue in a little town? I don't know. Statue stayed, by the way. The town representative said that all this argument over the statue is a bunch of horse crap. But yeah, people were saying that, it's a Confederate statue. We don't care that it's honoring the Confederate soldiers that gave their lives from the local area. Which, think about that for a second. Northern town honoring Confederate soldiers from the local area. Yeah. We had people from Pennsylvania that fought with the Confederates. But anyway, disregard all that. A statue honoring people that died in a war they wanted to take down. Don't make no sense to me. Those people died thinking they were doing the right thing. They gave their life for what they believed in. Whether they were on the winning side or the losing side, people still died. Don't they deserve to have a statue to honor their sacrifice? I don't know. We had the same statue issue here in Cleveland. There was a student at college that wasn't even from here that started it. Yeah, I don't know who started it in our town. But yeah, someone got upset about it. Oh my. What was the joke about Land O'Lakes? They took away the Indian and kept the land, right? I think that was the joke about Land O'Lakes when they change their packaging. Freedom Convoy, Missouri this weekend. Where are you going to be for the weekend? Picnic rally Sunday. I'm going to be sitting in Churchill, Tennessee, wishing I could go home, but not wanting to spend the fuel to do so because I'm broke. But yeah, I'll be sitting at the plant waiting for my Monday load. It is true. Where in Missouri? Because I'm trying to think, in Tennessee, I might not be too far from Missouri. Jefferson City. Now I'm curious. Yes, you are. If you're broke, it'll be too far for you. Okay. Yeah, I'm still trying to pay off convoy debt, to be completely honest. Being on the convoy, I ended up maxing out most of my credit cards, and yeah. But I was debating it for a second there because I was thinking Missouri's kind of central, Tennessee's kind of central. Two hours from Lake of the Ozarks. Okay. Yeah, I spent a lot of time in Springfield, Missouri back when I was a prime driver, so I'm fairly familiar with the layout of Missouri. Spent a lot of time in Springfield and a lot of time in Joplin. Yeah. That's what I was trying to think, because I'm on East Tennessee. I'd have to go over towards Memphis. Well, no, there's probably a way to run the angle. But yeah. Yeah, I gotta make some money. That's why I don't even go home on weekends. I just sit in the parking lot because it don't cost me nothing other than a few gallons of fuel to sit in the parking lot. You and me both, but I'll be there as well as TQ Trucking, the Nagy family, Bush, Trench, and the G's, and many more. Oh man, I wish I could show up. 10 hours and 22 minutes. Yeah, I can't swing that. As much as I would love to, yeah. I can't swing a 10, that'd be a 20-hour round trip. That'd be driving, well, I'd have to leave today. Yeah. ...2011 tornadoes. My daughter was either in Tuscaloosa or Joplin. I can't remember which. in a truck when the twister hit town. I was in... Oh, it'll come to me. The town between Memphis and Knoxville. Oh. I don't think it's Cooksville. Either way, it's between Memphis and Knoxville. It's a town that got hit by a tornado. It was either last year or the year before. And I was in the truck stop. I think I've told this story before. I'm sleeping, and it sounds like the Incredible Hulk is trying to bust his way through the side of the truck. I get up all pissed off. Open the curtain, and there's a police officer out there looking like he's doing a special for the Weather Channel. It's raining sideways, wind's whipping, ponchos blowing. I look at him and I crack the window a little bit and holler out. I'm like, what do you want? He's like, there's a tornado out at the edge of town. You need to get into the truck stop now. I get dressed quick, run into the truck stop. All the other truckers are in there. We're watching the sign for the fuel station blow away, watching trash cans blow across the lot. Trash flying everywhere. Yeah. I don't know if you guys know those like metal signs that have the cardboard in it, that kind of have the spring on it they have at some gas stations. Those things are blowing around. Yeah, I call my company. I said, yeah, you're not going to believe this, but this load might deliver itself. They're like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, if I call you in an hour or two and tell you I can't find my truck, there's a tornado out at the edge of town, and I'm watching parts of the gas station blow away as we speak. It was at the Eco Travel Mart, I think it is. But anyway, yeah. Yep, I've never had to make that call before in my life that my truck might not be there soon. Yeah, Crossville. No, it was Crossville. It was Crossville. Yep, you're right. It was Crossville. Yep. I saw Crossville after Cookville. Yeah, it was Crossville. It's like Eco Travel Mart or something in Crossville. It's a small little pay-to-park truck stop. But they have cheap fuel, so I park there all the time. Yeah. But yeah, never had to make that call before. Yeah, that was scary. Yeah, my truck had 0 damage from that though. Nothing hit it. The hail didn't dent it. 0 damage. I don't know about everyone else, but yeah. Rode that one out just fine. This puppy driving me nuts. He's getting into everything, trying to pack up. He's curious. He's got to inspect everything. It's all new. Yeah. I mean, looking at things is fine. Chewing up things is not fine. Yeah, that's a puppy for you. I think I told you that my pit I have now tried to chew the leg off the dresser when he was a puppy. The old metal siding can hang with baseball-sized hail on houses as vinyl junk just falls apart. Yeah, the same for vinyl fences. Vinyl fences get torn up pretty good too. The old wood fences, yeah, they'll hold up. And one of the times I was glad to have a plastic truck, because most of this truck's fiberglass, so didn't even have any dents from the hail or nothing. Although I was afraid it was going to take the windshield out. I've sat in a tornado on the river deck in New Orleans behind the sugar refinery guardhouse. And house was side by side, house blowed over. Oh goodness. Morning here in DeSantis, Florida. I just left you all this morning. How's it going? Left Jacksonville this morning on the way back to Tennessee. Yeah, most truckers have probably rode out a tornado at one point or another. I'm just glad I wasn't a part of those stories you hear truckers riding out a tornado and the trailers start tipping like dominoes. You have one trailer laying on another trailer, laying on another trailer. And once you get that weight going, they all just fall over in a line, even if the wind didn't get them, because the weight of all the trailers leaning on the next one, you know, just push them all over. Then you got a mess. I had a load from Utah to Missouri, but canceled before I got it, so I deadheaded all the way from there. Oh my goodness. Deadheaded all the way from Utah. That's a hell of a deadhead. Yeah, I couldn't afford that right now. Hello everyone, well howdy. Yes, I've been through a few twisters in my time, even got a pic of one right out in front of my truck. Worst I've been is a blizzard, truck rocked all day and night. Yeah, I was in an ice storm once. Yeah, that wasn't any fun. Tried to get off the highway, pulled into a truck stop, tried to park, set the brakes, and then realized the truck was still moving. Yeah, quickly abandoned that parking spot and actually got back on the road, went down the road a little further and went into a rest area that was more flat. Yeah, weather's just part of trucking. That's another thing every trucker should run is a weather app that gives live alerts based on your current location. A lot of weather apps, the GPS will fix where you like last opened the app. But yeah, you need one that follows you. My GPS actually does it. People can't drive when it comes to snow and ice these days. No, they can't. I grew up in Pennsylvania back when we actually used to have snow and ice, so I'm pretty decent at it, but I still prefer not to do it. Another thing though, speaking of snow and ice, a lot of modern trucks don't have a trolley brake. And a trolley brake will save your ass if you start to jackknife. If you start to jackknife, get on that trolley brake a little bit. Get that little braking on the trailer, and a lot of times it'll pull the whole rig straight again because you're braking from the rear, so that rear braking is going to pull everything back in the line. But a lot of trucks nowadays, you can't do that. My truck, I do have a trolley brake. I actually prefer to use it over the regular brakes because wear out the brakes I don't pay for. Yeah. I've heard a rocking truck called many things, but not a blizzard. That's funny. They can't drive on dry roads. Yeah, they can't do that either. Used to race from parking lot to parking lot, plowing snow. It was fun. Yep. I actually used to operate a V-plow. I loved the V-plow though, because each side operated independently. So we could turn it into a V or we could turn it into a scoop. And I got real good at plowing around mailboxes so I didn't have to shovel. Because what you would do is you'd be throwing it up onto the curve as you're doing a development, you know. But as soon as you come up to a mailbox, bring that front forward, turn it into a scoop, and then bring it back and dump it on the other side. It's almost like playing a video game, sitting there running that plow as you're driving the truck. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have deadheaded it. I'm also rebuilding my finances after the convoy, but I did get a bit of a head start compared to you. Also sold a few APUs to a APU dealer last week. Yeah, we're actually debating pulling a trucker G and selling our house and moving to Tennessee where it's a lot cheaper. Yeah, because we do have the RV already, so that's one of the things we're debating as a bailout, either selling the house or renting the house. Either way, moving out and getting out of debt. Yeah, my problem is I don't have a lot of APUs to sell. I usually end up trading up. Actually, I think I've sold two. I sold a revolver and I sold a Walther PPK that I didn't really enjoy. We got the PPK as my wife's carry gun and more of a purse gun per se. But I don't know, that thing was gnarly. Being so short, it kicked like a mule. It wasn't a very good gun for a woman. We'll put it that way. Yeah. Now she has a 1911, which is a lot more heavy and well built. Sell and use the proceeds towards debt. Yeah, we're talking about both options. Because if we just move into the RV or move into the truck and rent the house, we can use the rental income towards debt and maybe eventually sell the house or just use it as an ongoing revenue stream. Yeah, we've talked about both. Go for it, you'll be happier with less headache on bills if you go the G route. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, because playing roulette with what shutoff notice you're going to pay is not fun. Yeah. Keep it as a rental. See, that's what we keep flip-flopping on. Because a rental will be more revenue over time. But a rental has its own headaches. So... absent landlord is more lost revenue. It is, but if we rent it, we'll probably go with a property management company. And where I'm at, there's 3 military bases within half an hour. So I'm hoping if we do the rental option, I can get a military family that wants to live off base. And hopefully, being a military family, they'll respect the property. Like, I'm not going to rent it to just anyone. We'll be extremely picky if we do the rental. and I agree they increase in value. When we purchased a house, it's a 4-bedroom on I think it's either a quarter or a third an acre. I can't remember. It's not much, just a little corner lot. We paid $150 for it. Our neighbor sold their house, which isn't a corner lot, has less land and less bedrooms. They sold theirs a while back for $250. Why not get Kate in the RV, bring them somewhere closer to Church Hill, and you can go home to the RV at night? We've been thinking about that too. The problem we have with the RV is I called every RV park within half an hour of Church Hill. Not a single one wants a long-term resident. Every single one says that they've had long-term residents and they've had nothing but issues with long-term residents. So if we did that, we'd have to buy a small lot that's unrestricted and put the RV on it ourselves. But we already tried finding a park that would let us put the RV in as a long-term resident. Thought of a rent-to-own option? We've thought about it. Yeah. Because that way, you know, if we kept the home in Mechanicsburg as a rental, it would pay our rent to own on the new one or our mortgage on a new one if we could get approved for a loan. Yeah. If you're tight on funds now, sell, pay off debt, repairs from the tenant, especially military, can cost money. I am a property manager and realtor, RV, tell them 6 months, that's the trigger number. So more seasonal, don't tell them long term, just tell them you want to be there for the summer and be gone by Christmas or something. Because you could park hop like that, that's true. Now it's time to sell a house. If you don't want to sell, then have the market crash right after and get sued by the purchaser. Time to finish packing camper and get ready to take off. I'll catch up when we get to Virginia. Sounds good. I might actually be done when you... Actually, I will be done when you get to Virginia. But I'll probably holler at you this weekend at some point. Yeah, because I only have 170 miles to go yet. But yeah, thanks for hanging out for a while. Get a P.O. box for mail, but CDL needs a physical address. Yeah, I've thought about that too, and I'll probably just use my parents' address as my physical address. Watch that happen to a lot of people in the Obama years when the market crashed. But how could they hold you responsible for the market crashing? Like, how could they sue the previous owner when the house value fell? Because you guys agreed on the sale price. I don't see how that's the previous owner's fault. By renting yours and renting, is a wash. You don't know why you get sued by a buyer unless you just don't disclose defects. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. How could they hold that against you if the market crashes? Yeah, and the interesting thing now about the housing market is so many people are buying homes without even doing inspections because the market's so hot. A lot of people will make an offer over asking, no inspection, just give me the house. Which, I don't know, I don't think I'd ever buy a home without an inspection. I mean, and getting sued does not mean they won either. Because I mean, I could sue anyone for anything. It don't mean I'm going to win. I mean, heck, I could sue Black Wolf because he looked at me funny. You know, I'm always saying that about Black Wolf because we've actually met, and I'm pretty sure I can joke with him. But I mean, I don't even have to have proof that he looked at me funny. I could just say, yeah, Black Wolf looked at me funny. He gave me the old side eye, you know, I didn't like it, so I'm suing him. Don't mean I'm going to get anything, you know. In 2008, banks loaned 125% LTV. I'm not sure what LTV is. The only one's going to lose is those that paid more than what it was worth. People went crazy. Yeah, people definitely went crazy. I don't know the outcomes of those lawsuits, but the fact is it wastes time and money of the seller for sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I know, Mugly, I give everyone side eye. Yeah, but I mean, there's frivolous lawsuits every day, you know. I mean, what was that famous one with the woman and the hot McDonald's coffee? I mean, loan to value, okay. So in other words, they were loaning an additional 25%. Let's say the home was appraised at 100K, the bank would give you 125. Okay, that makes sense. Face for radio. Hey, I got a face for radio. Do you have a realtor to help you do the comparison? I can get you one to help you make a decision. I don't currently. I've just kind of been fishing around the area. Yep. Just looking at what's up on the market and all that. And I know realtors can see things before they hit the market and stuff and have a better idea what restrictions are in the area. Because like I said, we want farm animals. So we got to make sure that, you know, the area we move to allows, you know, farm animals and all that. But yeah, no, we ain't working with anyone currently. That woman is the reason you only get lukewarm coffee at McDonald's now? Yeah. But yeah, I'd be open to a recommendation of a good realtor. At least someone to talk to. I don't know if we're ready to look for properties yet. but at least someone to talk to and get an idea of our options, you know. I wouldn't be against that at all. My email address is at the bottom of all the video descriptions. So, yep. If you know someone good in, you know, East Tennessee and you know, Kingsport area or even the Bristol area that wouldn't mind coming up to the Churchill Kingsport area, I wouldn't be against it. A face/build for medieval Renaissance movies. Yeah, I could be a good lumberjack too. If I'm only acting, not if I have to actually do the work. I don't think I have the strength anymore to actually fell a tree with an axe, but I could sure pretend to be a lumberjack. Realtor/financial plan can help you. Even a CPA will help you decide. I'll get you an agent in the next day or two. Awesome. Yeah, I wouldn't be against talking to someone and helping us make the proper decision, because yeah, I'm kind of clueless when it comes to buying homes. I've owned 3 now, and every single one I don't know what the heck I'm doing. It's like I like the house, I get a realtor, we make the deal, but usually the realtor does most of the work, you know. We just go look at it and go, yeah, we like this one. Oh, goodness. Yeah, big decisions to be made, you know. Big decisions. Go watch the documentary on that McDonald's woman. I'll email you my phone number so I can get more information. That'll work. Another ad. Oh, goodness. Well, I guess I'll talk to myself for a little bit. Are you all getting ads, or is it just Super Trucker? I have a face that breaks radios. Oh, goodness. Yeah, someone a while back told me I should record audiobooks because I have a good voice. It's like, I don't know. You got the ad too? Alright. It stands boom boom okay now. I think so. I think his problem has been rectified. Yeah, the doctors were able to get to the bottom of it quickly. I got an ad, it didn't last very long. Yeah, someone during that panel that week, and I can't remember who said it, but someone had me laughing so hard about the budget colonoscopy with the gerbil with the GoPro. Oh man, I don't remember who said it, but man, that was funny. I got one, but it was a quick one, nothing any more than I usually get. Yeah. Until today, I've never had an ad on a live stream. Everything usually works itself out. Yep. That's good. Hello, Mudpig from Ontario, Canada. Well, howdy. Yeah. Armageddon. Oh, goodness. Come if you're coming. Alright, fine. Be that way. Ditto on the ad. Okay. Well, maybe YouTube's hurting for money. Because I know usually when I watch lives, I don't get ads either. So, usually you get one when you come in, and that's about it. Have you heard of Armageddon? I've seen the movie. One where they send people to an asteroid to blow it up or something. And I had that song, I'm leaving on a jet plane, don't know when I'll be back again. Yeah. Been a long time since I've seen that movie, though. No, not that. It's from John Boy and Big Billy show. No idea who John Boy or Big Billy are. But by the way, while we're distracted for a minute, just remember that, you know, stool softener does not make your bar stool more comfortable. Alright. YouTube hurting for money. They're Google and have no money. Money worries, just voice crushing worries. Yeah. That is true. It goes back to the old saying, when a company gives something away for free, you gotta wonder what the actual product is. And in the case of Google, it's you, and the product is your information. Yeah, it's not the email or the video you're getting for free, you know. Yeah. Them ads are dumb. Most hit X as fast as they can. Yeah. What's a real pain is when you get the like 30-second non-skippable ad. That's the one that's a real pain. But most of the time they're skippable, and yeah, you can just close them out in 5 seconds. But it's a morning radio show. Now, I haven't listened to a morning radio show since Howard Stern went off. This is when he was on public radio, not when he was on Sirius. Dad joke today? Yeah, I guess that was the dad joke of the day. don't watch TV? I don't watch live TV anymore. I will watch like episodic documentaries and stuff, but I can't stand live TV. You spend an hour to watch a 30-minute TV show because there's, you know, another 30 minutes of commercials. Those 30-second ones of the bathroom break. Yeah, pretty much. Oh look, we got an officer picking on an RV. Ah, he's a plain rapper. Didn't even have a bull guard on there, I don't think. I think I was just a sedan that happened to have lights. The ads end up being an hour or too long. You just end up listening and not reading it. And it's an ad because you're driving really suck. Oh, I know the ones you're talking about, the skippable ones. They're like 30 minutes long. Yeah. There are some very long skippable ads, at least a couple minutes long at least. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yeah, we were just discussing skippable versus non-skippable YouTube ads. Yeah, some of the skippable ones, if you actually let them play out, yeah, they'll last a while. I don't know if I've had a long non-skippable one though. I think the majority of the non-skippable ones have only been like 30 or 45 seconds. Maybe it's a requirement that if you can't skip it, it has to be short. The ones I don't mind though are the ads that just pop up as like a box, like it don't interrupt the video, it just kind of pops up and there's a little banner at the bottom or something. Yeah, those aren't too terrible because they don't actually interrupt anything. 10 minutes of a show, 40 minutes of commercials, kind of like watching NASCAR every 5 seconds they're trying to sell you something, nothing but mass marketing. Well, actually, NASCAR, even while you're watching the race, they're trying to sell you something. Every car's got a big advertisement smacked on the hood. A couple more in the sides and maybe one on the roof, you know? Yeah, NASCAR's got more billboard space than just about any sport. I mean, the sporting events, you know, you'll have the field and the walls of the stadium will have ads on, but yeah, NASCAR, every single car, it'd be like an NFL player, you know, pasting a Viagra ad on his back or something, you know? Which I'm surprised they... Oh, goodness, we're buffering. I don't know what y'all heard last. How much is fuel? It's $1.86 a liter here. Your gallon is $6.75. You're in the ballpark. Some places it's like I think in Pennsylvania last I was there it's like $6.30 some. Down here in Tennessee it's a little cheaper. It's between like $4.80 and like $5.50. Yeah, you're not far off though. Not far off at all. Are you heading back to the barn? Yep, we're heading back to the barn. Every lap is marketing. Yep, every lap is marketing. Yeah, sometime I'd be interested to hear what a hood ad on a NASCAR runs. Because you know those NASCARs aren't cheap. So you think of the big, little... Oh, I'm buffering again. But we're back. NASCAR nearly went bankrupt. Oh, NASCAR stopped being NASCAR when Chrysler nearly went bankrupt. $4.99 a gallon in Kansas. That's not terrible. That's pretty decent, actually. Gas is $3.97. Diesel's $4.97. Yeah, in Tennessee, the cheapest gas I saw was $3.89. Yeah. Before your time, yeah. I don't know. When I was a kid, I was a Labonte fan just because I liked the Cornflakes car. That was back in the early or late 90s, early 2000s, you know. Yeah. Didn't know nothing about them other than he drove a Cornflakes car. Filled up in Salt Lake City at $6.89 a gallon. That is terrible. NASCAR is scripted anymore. If not scripted, they definitely play to the team. Because I think one of the worst things in NASCAR is the teams. Because if your team is running first, second, and third, you know, then you pretty much can, whoever wants to win can win, you know. And you see that a lot, you know, where it looks like they let their teammates pass. Or even worse, you block for your teammate. NFL's fake. Yeah, let's talk about wrestling. When people used to believe wrestling was real, and now most wrestlers are coming out and saying it was fake ever since the beginning, you know. There's actually videos that show you how to do the moves and stuff that they do and how everything's scripted so no one gets hurt. But people still do get hurt because, yeah. Apparently it takes a lot of skill to pull off some of that stuff without hurting people. Crashes sell, yeah. Most people watch NASCAR just for the crash highlights. That's why after a race you can go on YouTube and see every single crash. Yeah. One of my friends is Al Snow's mother. They make a good living wrestling. Oh, I'm sure they do make a good living, but it's all for show. And I'm not sure who Al Snow is. I haven't watched wrestling in years. Yeah. Last time I watched wrestling, The Undertaker and The Rock were both still wrestling. And had the big show and all that. good morning. Well, good morning. Tom Brady. Wasn't Tom Brady the one that had the underinflated football scandal? Wasn't that Tom Brady? And they're giving him all the crap about letting the air out of the balls or something. He was a wrestler that had the mannequin head that rings a bell. Yeah, don't remember that at all. Gas in Maine is $4.79 a gallon. That's not bad. Not for Northeast at all. Tom Brady runs like a constipated 90-year-old in Spain's running of the bulls. Well, if you're constipated and running with the bulls, I'm sure eventually one of those bulls is going to help you with that constipation problem. You know, they might break up the blockage if you get my drift. Yeah. Hello, good morning. Well, good morning. Good morning, Mudpig. How's your truck doing today? Doing great. Got a fairly light load, so we're not struggling too much. We're just rolling along. Truck traffic remain in outmost lane. I don't understand. Do they want me in the right lane or the left lane? Which one do they consider the outmost? Where are you right now? On the way into Saluda up on top of the mountain. I get in the truck lane. Yeah, every time I go through Saluda, I think I should stop and visit the family, but I have an unload appointment to get back to. Yeah, someone brought that up yesterday too. Gas is cheap in Saluda, not Saluda, in Venezuela. Now I just lost all my momentum. For some reason, the truck slid into 10th too easily there. Outmost is far right wing nut lane? Okay. Yeah, it confused me for a second. They should just say right lane, not outmost lane. Give them a Hamlet honk as you drive through. What was the beeping coming from yesterday? It was my ELD. Yeah, my ELD was having issues. I'm not sure what its issue was, but I unplugged it and plugged it back in after I stopped last night, and it's fine today. Yeah. Hamlet's hiding. Oh, my fan I usually put on my phone has moved with the bumpy roads. I see that. Here, hold on. There we go. Yeah, my microphone died. Give me a second. Let me put that on the charger. I'm sorry, y'all. We have to deal with the bad mic for a minute here. Actually, let me try something. Is this cord long enough? I've never tried charging this while using it. Let me see if the cord's long enough. It might be. Hold on. Alright, we'll try that. I don't know if that'll work or not. Yeah, but my microphone died. So I plugged it in. When I plugged in the microphone, I'm trying to charge it while using it, which I never tried. But I plugged it in and then I knocked the phone over, plugging the microphone in. So we'll see if that works. Might work, might not. It's okay, don't wreck the truck, please. I won't wreck the truck. But yeah, now you all are plugged in, so we'll see if that fixes the problem. Well, it's Saluda Mountain to me. Hey, we're back. Okay. Yeah, I was saying a lot of my aunts and cousins and everything are from Saluda. So it's Saluda to me. It might have different names to different people, but yeah, I have a lot of family up here in these hills. Buffering again. Yeah, it's going to buffer a good bit probably up in the hills here. Are you back in North Carolina yet? Yep. Yeah, Saluda's North Carolina, so that's how I know for sure I'm back in North Carolina. What are you doing? Idiot. Move. Goodness. Toyota's ruining all my momentum. Yeah, it's one thing about semi-trucks is we're all torque. We're not a lot of horsepower. It takes a lot to get up to speed, you know. But once we're at speed, it's not too bad for us to keep it. But once you ruin your momentum on a hill, you know, yeah, you're not getting it back. We'll be back on to check if Salty Cracker's on yet. Yeah, I've always wanted to piglet raid him, but he was never on when we were in the convoy. And I don't know if he'd understand what a piglet raid was or not. be right back. Alrighty. We'll see you when you get back. Smells like a skunk, LOL. Do you remember Butch, the older driver? What's he up to? Well, I think Black Wolf is actually meeting up with him. I think he said that. Yeah, I remember Butch. Yeah, I know he was hanging out with X-Ray for a while. I don't know what he's been up to recently. Butch's truck? Yeah, it's a nice truck. It's a very nice truck. It stands out too. Not many of those still on the road. Neighbor might be smoking something funny. Oh goodness. Neighbor's got himself the cheap stuff, huh? Oh goodness, what's with the sun traffic? The truck's the same age as me? Yeah, probably. I'm 37. I can't remember what year his truck was, but yeah, probably. If it's an 86, and I'm a year older than his truck is. Or actually, if it's an 86, it would have been made in 85, so I'm the same age as this truck. Did you read my last message? I might have missed it because I hit some traffic here, so I'm not looking at chat too closely. Graduated high school in 87. I graduated in 2003. 2 3-wheelers from 85, almost 40 years old. 3-wheelers were a lot of fun. Very dangerous, but a lot of fun. We had one on the farm as well. I want to say it was what was it, a scrambler? I can't remember what it was. Yeah, it was super fast, but yeah, not very safe. Scrambler's a Polaris? Yeah. Yeah, it was a Polaris. Are you going to join Grey Wolf when he gets close to your area? Probably. I'm thinking about popping in. I don't know how much walking I'll do. I'll probably pop in some evening and visit but I don't know if I'll actually walk, because by the time he gets here, he'll probably be doing significant mileage a day, and I can't remember the last time I've walked over a mile. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not a walker. I'll get back to the chat here in a second. This lane is very skinny, so I'm going to just concentrate on this for a minute. Get out of this construction without bumping off of something. At least the way station's closed due to the construction. Whoop, brake check. Why are we going down to 40 miles an hour? Who's scared? Anyone going to do the solidarity protest tomorrow? I'm probably not, because for me to get to any highway is about a 45-minute drive from where I'm at. So, yeah. Just in the fact of how low on funds I am, I'm not doing nothing tomorrow other than maybe going 5 minutes up the road to do some, excuse me, I got the hiccups now. Maybe going 5 minutes up the road to do some grocery shopping is all I'm doing. And slow rolling a back road in Tennessee, I don't think will get any attention, because there's usually not that many people on the roads in Tennessee. Maybe join him on one of his breaks. Yeah, that's the idea. And sorry about the chat I'm missing. I'm just glancing over when I can, because, yeah. Construction and traffic doesn't lead to reading chat. Yeah, I've seen the chat scroll and I just can't make anything. Good morning, everyone. Well, good morning. And buffering again. Yeah, I'm not really watching the phone at all right now. Yeah, these lanes are barely wide enough for a truck. I don't know if you can see that on the Ingalls truck in front of me, but he's dang near taking that whole lane. So this is fun. This old car I keep riding next to is interesting though. Finally out of construction? Nope. I got excited for a second. I saw the crossover. Is Ingalls 102 trailer? I have no idea. I mean, I'm taking up the majority of the lane too now that I look back, so I think these are just super thin lanes. Well, it seems like we buffered everyone to sleep, huh? Yeah, I'll fix the camera here in a second. I see the camera shifted as well. The Hamlet's barely on the screen and you're looking at the corner of my GPS. So let me get this exit here and we'll get the camera adjusted. Actually, we'll fix it right now. There we go. Almost buffered everyone to sleep.
Right lanes, then take the exit to I-26 West.
Yeah, Super Trucker, I think you're the lone survivor to the buffer zone. Barely survived. Oh my, I'll be glad when I get out of Asheville. I think Asheville is my last big city I gotta fight with.
On the left to US 19.
I'm getting unloaded. Bet they count the stuff for an hour. Yeah, it depends on if they do a pallet count or an item count. Because if they just got to count how many pallets you brought in, that takes no time. But yeah, if they got to unstack it and count each item, yeah, depending on what product you got, yeah, you could be there all day while they count the individual packs of cookies or something. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Well, howdy. Over one more, bud. And this interchange is a pain. Goodness. They need to mark this corner. Shoo. Came into that corner a little too hot there, and yeah, I was iffy for a second. I'll be honest with y'all.
Continue on I-26.
I'm sure that's referring to something earlier. My son and I run some tracks back and forth just like you. Yeah, I enjoy this back and forth. Yep, US Food's always a good break. Yeah, food storage warehouses are pretty darn slow, that's for sure. Most cold storages are pretty rough though. That's why I'm glad I did a very limited time in reefer, and usually all of my cold storage experience was drop and hook. But I still had to wait in line forever to check in. Because the only cold storage I ever did was back when I was doing intermodal. We did a lot of stuff for Unilever back then, and those were DHL warehouses, and DHL is pretty terrible as well. At least in my experience, every DHL warehouse I've been to has been a disaster. Speed limit 60. Yeah, we gotta pass these fools. Yeah, what was it? I think it was George Carlton that said everyone slower than you is an idiot and everyone faster than you is a maniac or something like that. Pretty sure it was George Carlton. Most of our freight's drop and hook, so they don't treat us well because they got to deal with us multiple times, sometimes in a week. If I have a way to contact and communicate with you, it'd be really cool to meet up with you sometime. My email address is in the description of every video. Feel free to drop me a line, and yeah, I'm always game for meeting up with people. Yeah. I don't get too far out of the eastern Tennessee area other than when I'm doing my deliveries. But if you're ever in eastern Tennessee, like on the weekends, I do nothing. So if you're ever rolling through Bristol or something on a weekend and want to pop in and say hello, definitely, you know. US Foods is a grocery provider, not very driver friendly. Yep. Most cold storages aren't. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever done a US Food. Yeah, I know I've seen some US Food warehouses. I think there's one out Allentown way. So US Food is, well, McLean, Cisco, there's a lot of companies that do that. You know, they receive a lot and then divide it up and do the local distribution gig. You have a hot side and a cold side. I'm on the hot side. Huh. So non-refrigerated. That's maybe a little better. Cups, napkins, and snacks. Yeah. Yeah, that's not bad unless they got to count the silverware one by one. Today you delivered 4,327.5 forks. What do you mean a half? Nah, I've never had that happen. That'd be funny though, if they counted it down to the individual fork. Had those drink trays too. Yeah. That wouldn't be fun either, counting drink trays. I bet you can stack a lot of drink trays in a trailer because they're relatively light. Yeah, I think Reinhardt's another. We're back. Okay. Yeah, I think Reinhardt's another one of those too. I think Reinhardt's big in that local delivery stuff as well. Next load's to Pittston, PA. I'll chill in Carlisle tomorrow. Well, Carlisle, you're in my backyard. Oh, we're back. Yeah, I was trying to say Pittston's where my old terminal was, and Carlisle, you're in my backyard. I could be at the Carlisle Flying J in 15 minutes if I was home. Yeah. You got a terminal in Carlisle, or are you just going to brave like the Petro or something? Because if you're braving the Petro, I'd recommend the Barbecue Tavern. It's okay food, pretty nice atmosphere, and it's got about 10 private truck parking spots, but don't pull in unless you can see a spot from the road, because it's very tight back there, but I like it because it's quiet. Allentown requires to take a Greyhound first unless I use Lyft/Uber from Pottstown straight up PA 100 North. Terminal off the road to roadway. Hint, hint. Oh, you're going to make me try to think who has terminals in Carlisle. Because you got ABF and Old Dominion are the big ones. Then you got Knight. You got, I think that's England up there. You got Sala. You got the 1C or whatever they are, 3Cs or something like that. Can't remember that company. There's a lot of truck terminals in Carlisle. Carlisle's not far from Harrisburg. Along the way includes Chambersburg, Greencastle, and Hagerstown. Yeah, you're heading the wrong way though. If you're coming from Pittston, you'll have Pittston, Wilkes-Barre, Scranton. Then you'll have Hazleton, which is a big trucking area. You'll come down and you'll go past Pottstown, where, you know, Yingling's big in Pottstown. Come down to the Walmart Distribution Center, which is, I can't remember the town the Walmart Distribution Center's on before you hit 81 there. Yeah, you got a lot of trucking stuff on the way down from Pittston. You got the 78 exit there outside of Harrisburg. A lot of truck stops off the 78 exit. Yeah, man, Carlisle and Newville, big trucking towns. Pottsville, you mean? Might be Pottsville. Yeah, I always get Pottsville and Pottstown mixed up. Snyder. Ah, Big Orange. Yeah. Yeah, I've always heard the joke that Snyder picked that color of orange because they did a study on what color was the most likely not to be stolen. So they went with that ugly orange. I don't know if it's true or not. But yeah, old Big Orange is Snyder. At least that's what I call Snyder. Yeah, Snyder sits back in there a little ways off the pike. I'm not sure if you actually get to him from the pike, but yeah. They sit back off the road a ways. My son and I just got back from Michigan and came through all of what you were just talking about. Yeah. Pottstown is just 18 miles from me. Pottsville will eventually be linked with Schuylkill River Trail through Philadelphia via Reading, Pottstown and Norristown, some popular towns. Whoops. Mama MP, Canadian farmers and supporters doing slow rolls across the country tomorrow. Or morning MP, okay. Hope the liquid fertilizer don't spring a leak. Well, if they take a note from the Dutch, the liquid fertilizer is definitely going to spring a leak. I've been laughing so hard watching the Dutch hose down the buildings with the fertilizer. It's like, man, that must stink, quite literally, right? I'm sure you all have seen those videos of the Dutch literally dumping crap in front of their buildings. I'm like, now that is how you protest. It's like, if you want to go to work, you got to climb. Microphone petered out again. We're back. Yeah, just a quick microphone swap. I have 2 wireless lapel mics and 1 receiver. The receiver is what died earlier. So the receiver is now plugged in, but the wireless lapel mic just died. So I had to switch lapel mics. But that's quick and easy to do. Yeah, just holler at me when the mics die. Because they don't give you no warning. They just go bloop and cut off. Or I should call them shirt pocket mics instead of lapel mics. Because I almost always am wearing a pocket t-shirt. So they just get clipped right on the shirt pocket. Let's see if we hold service while we're mountain climbing. Can't go wrong with a pocket tee? Nope. Yeah, I know some people have different opinions about Carhartt, but I almost exclusively wear Carhartt pocket t-shirts because their tall t-shirt fits me perfectly. Being 6'6", it's hard to find a good quality t-shirt that comes in a tall. So, yeah, say what you will about Carhartt. Until I find a brand that has a better tall t-shirt, it's what I'll be wearing. Oh my, who put this hill here? I can't wait till I'm up it and over the other side. Textile. What is Key Textile? Is that a shirt company? God, did I bet? Yeah, probably. I'll send you a link. Okay. Yeah, man, I'm always looking for good quality t-shirts because in trucking it's very easy to get something greasy or put a hole in it, which is another reason I like the Carhartts because they're a heavier material and you can snag them without instantly ripping a giant hole in them. But yeah, I'll check them out. Good morning, Phil. Well, good morning. Oh, that's a heck of a view up here, though, of all those hills all around us. My daughter got my first key tees from farm/fleet store in Missouri. Took me 8 years to find their site. All right, yeah. If they're good quality, I'll definitely check them out. What hill are you climbing now? I'm not even sure the name of it. Yeah. If it was labeled, I didn't catch it. But yeah, we made it over now. Now we're just rolling down the other side. Haha, prove you're not a robot. Click the image of hills/mountains. Yep. I got a lot of images of hills/mountains for y'all to click. See, my problem with that CAPTCHA is people's description of a hill/mountain will differ. Because some people will think that a large hill is a mountain if they've never seen an actual mountain, you know? I dragged these snacks up the Shenandoah Mountains this morning. Yeah, I'm dragging empty glass frames up these mountains. The west side of Mars Hill. Am I in Mars? Or on Mars? Oof, I'd make Elon jealous in that case. Hope they're secured and won't break. No, the racks won't break. The racks are just empty metal racks. It's what they strap the glass to for shipping. They strap the glass into a big metal frame when they ship it. And the frames, they get returned once their glass has been taken out of them. Some big knobby tires on that Jeep he's tugging. Information station. back? Maybe? Yeah, it looks like we're back. Trying to be back at least. I jumped when we came back. Yeah, darn mountains, no cell service. Yeah, it's still all over the place, it looks like. Keep saying, poor quality connection, good connection, poor quality connection. And good connection again. Yep, just keeps fluctuating all over the place. Hopefully when we get closer to town, the connection will clear up. Oh, we lost Hamlet. Darn bumps. Make Hamlet dizzy and then he falls over. Was that an open scale? The only thing I saw was a scenic pullover. Yeah, there was like a scenic viewpoint over there that had a truck in with some mowing equipment on it. If it wasn't open... Yeah, it's probably a good time for a nap while we buffer our way through the mountains. Pull-offs. Yeah, this one had a brake check pull-off, but I think you were buffering while I was complaining. Because I went into the brake check pull-off and I'm like, hey, look, a truck information center. Go slow down the mountain. Don't be an idiot. Don't die. And brake check information center. Oh, that sounds like fun. House full this weekend, lots of family visiting, fireworks, boat parade, pyrotechnic stunt plane. Oh, that sounds like a blast. We heard, hey, look, a truck. Last, no pun intended. Yeah, I think this weekend will be the bomb, you know? Isn't that what the kids were saying in the 90s or something like that? Like that party was the bomb? Yeah, I don't know about restricted to truck traffic, but it seems like it's restricted to live stream traffic. We can't hold a signal up here to... Now it's that smacks. So now getting smacked is a good thing. Heck, when I used to get smacked, that meant my dad was mad at me. Yeah, I used to get a lot of "don't make me smack that grin off your face" kind of stuff, you know? Because for some reason when I was a kid, I would think it was funny that I, you know, did something stupid. Or that's fire. On the old road, some curves you could check your tail lights. Yeah, it'd be a curve. Good morning, everyone. Well, good morning. We're wrestling the buffer monster this morning. Yeah, so I'm not sure how much you'll see, but good morning. Yeah, I'm not sure who's winning yet, us or the buffer monster, but we're trying to win. Yeah, the buffer monster is a nasty beast. Sent you an email, subject line realtor help. All right, thank you. I'll check it out here. Good morning from Alabama. Be safe. Well, good morning. Yeah, you came in at a bad time, but I'm glad to have you. Yeah, service up here in these hills leaves something to be desired, so bear with us, and hopefully we find some better service here eventually. How you doing today? Doing pretty good. Yeah, we're doing pretty good today. I had to stop for... Whoop. Alright, looks like we're back again. Nope. Service is all over the place. We might be back. Nope. Every time it reconnects, it instantly disconnects. Let's see if it's going to hold this time. Yeah, it looks like it's holding for a second. Alright, how are we doing today? We're doing good. We got about... Alright, looks like we're back again. Oh, goodness. Streams up, streams down. Streams up, stream down. Are we there? Are we not there? Man, you would think Johnson City would have service. Ay, ay, ay. Apparently Johnson City doesn't need cell phone service. Oh, wait, we're back. Hey. I think we're back. Yeah, we're back. I was just sitting here grumbling. Ay, ay, ay. So Johnson City does have service. Or not. Nope, we're back again. Alright, smooth for the moment. Well, yeah, it appears Johnson City does not have cell phone service, even though we are back. Goodness. Must be Tennessee when towns don't have service, right? You would just think a big town like Johnson City would have cell signal. I mean, well, Johnson City's not a big, big town, but it's decent sized. And I'm looking at cell phone towers like there's one dead ahead right now. Maybe they aren't working. Yeah, you might be right. Just me? What's just me? Oh, just NE, Northeast Tennessee. I gotcha. That looked like an M, but yeah. Spacing it out, it makes it obvious it's Northeast. Yeah. Too many hills? Yeah, but hills make a great place to put a cell phone tower. You just plop the cell phone tower on top of the hill, and even a short cell phone tower would work if you put it on the highest hill. What's that, a tennis ball? Not enough workers? Yeah, not enough workers. Tennessee. Just over half an hour drive left. Yep, we're getting close. We are getting close. Unloaded in less than 2 hours. It's a miracle. Yeah, it is a miracle for a food warehouse. Whoa. Brake check. Something just flew off my bed. Oh, I see what the brake check was. That truck with the trailer probably just dumped onto the shoulder and made everyone slam on the brakes. That was fun for a second. Yeah, I knocked something on the floor back there. I'm not sure what fell on the floor, but I heard a crash whenever I brake checked there. Are you going to be sleeping today? I don't know. I might try to stay up for a while. Just because, well, why sleep away the day, you know? Yeah, we'll see. I mean, depends on what I get into, probably. Oh, looks like we're back. There we go. How long have you been driving today? I don't know. I think we started around 3 o'clock. We came up the whole way from the Florida-Georgia line. I keep buffering. Yeah. Alright, looks like we're back again. Yeah, someone made the buffer monster extra angry today. Not sure who did that, but yeah. The buffer monster is cranky. Hello, yeah, hello everybody while we're have service here. Time to upgrade cell towers? Maybe. It's also extremely hilly in this area, so every time we fall in a valley, we probably lose service. Probably that long break I took yesterday. Yeah, I went into full-on hibernation mode yesterday. So I'm feeling really good today. I slept over 12 hours yesterday. Could have been the severe weather, which I'm agreeing with Kathy. Maybe. Maybe some of the cell phone towers are still on the fritz. Oh no, we're buffering hard. Oh, she was talking about the GPS. Yeah, the GPS was working earlier. And there is definitely something going on with the cell phone service, because this cell phone tower is so close I could touch it, and we're buffering. I'm sure you guys can see that on stream, that cell phone tower right there. You in the mountains, you're... Oh. You in the mountains, you're in and out. Yeah, we're in the mountains, but yeah, cell phone service here is just miserable. Oh. Looks like we're back again. Yeah, cell phone service in this area usually isn't this bad. I mean, I'm only 15 miles from the plant, and I have perfect service at the plant. So something's going on in this area, I think. Maybe all the college kids are on their cell phones. I mean, it's bad when you're looking at a cell phone tower and you can't get service. Looks like it's stabilized a little bit though. Maybe we switch to a better tower. Yeah, I was trying to say I got pretty well rested yesterday, so I'm probably going to stay up for a while today. I'm trying to think what else. The GPS, yeah, it's been flaky today. Yeah, the GPS has been hit and miss. What else were we talking about earlier? Meant location sharing anyway, thanks for the help. Yeah, the GPS has not been very good today. I did refresh it earlier and it was...
On the right to US 11W south, then keep left.
Don't stare at the spinny thing, it'll put you in a trance. And you'll wake up and land far, far away. Somewhere between lost and found. State of confusion. Oh, goodness. That's funny.
Take exit 1 on the right to US 11W.
Yeah, there has to be an internet outage in this area. Well, it looks like we're back. Yeah, I agree about the cell service never being bad in the Tri-City area. That's why I said there has to be an outage somewhere, because I've never buffered on 11. Yeah. So something's goobered up somewhere, I'll put it that way. Now it looks like we're back again. Yeah. Mrs. I'm checking Jonesboro rail cam and looks fine. No buffering on that cam. No, it looks like we're back again. Yeah, they're... Oh, looks like we're back yet again. Oh, goodness. But yeah, I was trying to say the rail cam may be on a hard line. It might not be on cellular. A hard line would be more likely, you know, to stay up if cellular is having issues. Watch for motorcycle cops. Quit saying that every time you say that. It buffers what? We're back up? Not going to say it. But I will say it's going to be a long internet or long weekend if my internet's on the fritz all weekend. Oh, looks like we're back again. Oh goodness, did it fix itself just in time for me to say, hey, we're at the plant? And I'm with T-Mobile. Yeah, I'm with T-Mobile with Verizon as a backup. Whoop. All right, y'all. Be back in just a minute. Gotta open up my doors. It's going to be a bad weekend. Yeah, I think so. My guess is there's some towers messed up. Yeah, that'd be my guess as well. Because usually my service is pretty decent out this way. Anyway, y'all, as we finish backing into the door here, I'm going to tell y'all you have a good weekend, and thank you for riding along, and I'll see y'all first thing on Monday. So y'all have a good one. Whatever you got plans for this weekend, hopefully they go great. I'm going to relax myself, and we'll we'll see y'all next time. You sent me a link to Kia if I didn't typo your address. Okay, I'll check it out then. Yep, hope for better service on Monday. Hopefully they get whatever's going on straightened out. Because this is ridiculous today. Free birthday offers for the next week for me? Yeah, I did that last week. But anyway, y'all, I'm going to get in here and help them unload, and we'll see y'all next time.